Glad you're happy.
I think you like it. Hello? Hello? Yeah.
Oh, good. Yeah.
Why do we have to be out at 1:30? I may run into that. I'm no longer living. I'm calling to order this hearing. This is a public hearing of the Committee of the Whole of the Council of the District of Columbia. I'm Phil Mendelson, Chair of the Council and Chair of the Committee of the Whole. Today is Thursday, February 29th, 2024. The time is 9:16 in the morning, and this hearing is being held in room 412 of the John A. Wilson Building. This hearing is being recorded and will be available on the council's website, www.dccouncil.gov. Is it streaming? Live? Where? It's also, I'm told, streaming live on the council's website as we speak. The subject of today's hearing is agency performance oversight of 3 agencies under the purview of the Committee of the Whole, the DC Retirement Board, other post-employment benefits funds, and the Commission on Arts and the Humanities. And we'll be hearing testimony in that order. This is the 5th of 6 hearings, if I'm correct. Hearings at 6 hearings that the Committee of the Whole is having this month on agencies under our purview. Tomorrow will be the final hearing where we will hear from government representatives only regarding the Deputy Mayor of Education, DC Public School System, and the Office of the State Superintendent for Education. The council committees spend this month and a little bit of January with these agency performance oversight hearings in preparation for our receiving the budget for next fiscal year. That would be fiscal year 2025. We are scheduled to receive that budget on March 20th, and then the committees will have hearings on the mayor's proposed budgets for all the government agencies. And this hearing schedule for that is available on the council's website. With that, let me start with our first agency, the DC Retirement Board. And according to the witness list, there are 3 witnesses: J.P. Balistrieri, Lyle Blanchard, who's a member of the trustees for the Retirement Board, a council member, council appointee, and Tom Vincenti, who's listed as Bolton, which I guess is the actuary. So why don't you begin however you want to begin? Go for it.
Good morning. Good morning, Chairman Mendelson and members of the Council of the District of Columbia's Committee of the Whole. I'm Lyle Blanchard, trustee, and also chair of the Legislative Committee of the District of Columbia Retirement Board. As you know, DCRB, no, I'm sorry. As a member of the Board of Trustees, I want to thank you, Chairman Mendelson, and this committee for your continued support. The trustees look forward to working with this committee and the council as DCRB fulfills its fiduciary and administrative responsibilities. As you know, DCRB was created by Congress in 1979 under the District of Columbia Retirement Reform Act as an independent agency of the District of Columbia government. DCRB has exclusive authority and discretion to manage the assets of the District of Columbia Teachers Retirement Fund and the District of Columbia Police Officers and Firefighters Retirement Fund, collectively the fund. Our mission includes providing a range of retirement administration services for members of the District of Columbia Teachers Retirement Plan and the District of Columbia Police Officers and Firefighters Retirement Plan, collectively referred to as the plans or the fund, throughout their lives and the lives of their eligible survivors. I'm pleased to report that DCRB continues to be a fully funded retirement system with the plan's aggregate actuarial funding status level at 102.3% as of the end of the fiscal year, September 30, 2023. DCRB's total funded assets also reached $11.3 billion as of the end of the calendar year, December 31, 2023. And we continue to make progress in our efforts to create a comprehensive retirement system. From its inception in October 1982, under former board chair James Tidings, all the way through now, the end of the fiscal year in 2023, under board chair Joseph Bress and all of the great board members and staff, past and current. The plan has generated an annualized gross return of 8.33%, exceeding DCRB's actuarial long-term return target. I'm also happy to report that to date, DCRB has been among a select number of public systems to ever receive the Public Pension Coordinating Council's 2023 Recognition Award for Funding and Administration in recognition of meeting professional standards for plan funding and administration as set forth in the Public Pension Standards. And for the 15th consecutive year, DCRB was awarded on December 4th, 2023, the Government Finance Officers Association Certificate of Achievement for Excellence in Financial Reporting for its recognition in governmental accounting and financial reporting. Now going to turn over the testimony to J.P. Balistrieri, who will provide you with more detailed information about our FY23 accomplishments and our goals for FY24 and beyond.
Good morning, Chairman Mendelson and members.
Turn on your microphone.
Okay. Good morning, Chairman Mendelson and members of the Council of the District of Columbia Committee of the Whole. I'm J.P. Balistrieri, the Executive Director of DCRB. And on behalf of DCRB, I want to thank you, Chair Mendelson, and the committee for your time today. Joining me today from DCRB are Lori Morgan, Director of Finance, Leslie West, our Controller, Patrick Sam, our CIO, Daniel Hernandez, our Pension Administrator, Vernon Valentine, our HR Director, Tom Vicente Bolton from Bolton Advisory Actuarial Services, our actuary for DCRB. Since our last performance hearing on February 22nd, 2023, progress has been made in several areas of DCRB, and I'd like to provide you with a summary of our accomplishments over the past year, as well as our objectives and priorities moving forward. DCRB's mission is to lead by serving others and includes two overarching goals: to prudently invest the assets of the fund for the exclusive benefit of its members, and to provide plan members with accurate and timely annuity payments and best-in-class services. DCRB's priority is to invest and manage the fund, which is held in trust for the exclusive benefit of all plan members and their eligible survivors and beneficiaries. The assets of the fund must only be used to pay benefits to plan members and reasonable associated administrative expenses. DCRB's Board of Trustees, as fiduciaries, and DCRB staff, who are required in good faith to discharge their responsibilities solely in the interest of plan members and beneficiaries, must always continue to work collaboratively to maximize returns as well as manage and mitigate risks to the fund. In serving our mission priority, it is imperative to focus on the organization's employees and their needs and objectives to optimize operational efficiencies. I constantly exercise comprehensive organizational review and action by taking a bottoms-up approach in operating our organization. In other words, I apply a consultative style of decision-making, organizational change, and leadership in which employee participation is promoted and empowered at all levels of the organization to drive decisions in an optimal and sustainable manner. Since joining DCRB in September of 2021, it has been customary to frequently meet with each of the department managers and their team members to understand objectively how each department and their staff integrate with other departments and their teams in performing cross-functional duties across the agency. The more important part of this frequent process is to work with key leadership personnel in various departments, as well as supporting staff to constantly identify and understand strengths and weaknesses across the agency's operations and improve the cross-functional efficiencies among departments across the agency. To date, this approach has permitted DCRB to identify and implement actions to be taken for organizational needs, efficient allocation of personnel and teams, as well as the required processes and policies to be enacted. Ultimately, through this approach, we continue to develop and maintain a sustainable deep bench of highly skilled personnel across the organization, thus limiting the need for outside consultant work to matters that require vital independent third-party opinions and advice in transparently fulfilling DCRB's fiduciary duties. I am pleased to report that DCRB continues to be a workplace where employees are free to be their authentic selves and are encouraged to speak their minds while collaboratively sharing their opinions in a collegial work environment. At DCRB, we operate with a management approach whereby goals and objectives are clear and obvious. Others' opinions are respected and considered. Roles among personnel departments are clear and agreed upon. Communication is supportive and assertive, yet respectful, and there is proactive accountability amongst its team members. In fiscal year 2022, DCRB made various promotions, changes in organizational structure, personnel placement, and recruitment based on optimizing operational efficiencies. In fiscal year 2023, DCRB continued to make these promotions, active recruitment, and most importantly, provide our employees a platform for personal growth and a bona fide career path. We filled both internally and externally 24 vacancies in fiscal year 2023. And in fiscal year 2024 through January 31st, 2024, DCRB has filled an additional 11 vacancies in various departments across the agency. We continue to proudly operate as one of the most diverse pension funds in the U.S. with a workforce that is comprised of 61% female and 83% minority employees. In the past year, we have promoted a total of 6 employees at various staff levels, whereby 5 were female and 5 were minority staff members. One of DCRB's major ongoing responsibilities is to prudently invest fund assets with the goal of earning a return that meets and exceeds the established actuarial long-term investment return target rate at 6.25%. This target is intended to sustain the fund's viability over the long-term investment horizon. As of DCRB's fiscal year end of September 30th, 2023, DCRB closed the fiscal year at a net return of 11.9%, well ahead of the actuarial return target of 6.25% per annum. As mentioned earlier by my colleague, Trustee Blanchard, DCRB continues to be a fully funded retirement system, with the plan's aggregate actuarial funding status level at 102.3% as of September 30th, 2023. The funding status is determined by comparing the value of the assets held by the pension fund with the present value of its liabilities. Liabilities typically include the future pension payments that the fund is obligated to pay to retirees. DCRB's funding status of 102.3% compared to the estimated average funded status of the 100 largest U.S. public pension plans at 73.2%, measured by the Milliman 100 October 23 Public Pension Fund Funding Index, the PPFI, as of September 30th, 2023, displays DCRB's firm ability to fulfill its present and future obligations to pensioners versus its larger public peers over the long term. The board's independent actuary conducts an actuarial valuation each year to determine the funded status of the plans and to identify the district's contribution to the fund. The fund's balanced and diverse allocation of its assets has been paramount in maintaining a resilient investment portfolio during a period of continued global unrest, war, and economic uncertainty since last year's performance hearing. As of February 26, 2024, the fund has recovered and grown by about $900 million, from $10.5 billion to a total market value of $11.4 billion since September 30th, 2023, at the end of the fiscal year 2023, as well as a 2024 fiscal year to date net return of 7.92% to the fund. DCRB continues to sustainably maintain firm fund liquidity. As of February 26, 2024, the fund holds approximately $167 million in cash versus monthly payments of approximately $27 million. This is in line with the targeted 3 times month average available for benefits payments, currently being actually at 6.1 times the monthly pension obligation as a result of February 26th data. DCRB also has approximately $2.1 billion in high-quality bonds convertible into cash within a week as of February 26, 2024. To achieve long-term sustainable risk-adjusted net returns, DCRB consistently needs to rebalance the portfolio of assets under management. Thanks to our investment team engages in the regular rebalancing process of realigning the weightings of DCRB's portfolio of assets by periodically buying and or selling assets to maintain a constant and consistent desired level of asset allocation and risk. The DCRB investment team monitors the portfolio's asset allocation daily to ensure asset allocation stays in line with targets and there is sufficient liquidity to consistently meet benefits payments, capital calls, and other operational needs timely. DCRB completed a total of 77 rebalancing transactions valued at over $2.7 billion for fiscal year 2023. Overall, portfolio rebalancing is a fundamental aspect of pension fund management, enabling effective risk management, asset allocation optimization, and alignment with long-term investment objectives, while constantly adapting to changing market conditions in a dynamic and volatile market environment that we really live in today. During fiscal year,
I'm a little bit concerned because I think you've got about 15 minutes of testimony still, if you read all of it.
I'll be done fairly quickly.
Okay.
During fiscal year 2023, we established a transparent, independent process for reporting investment management fees and expenses and awarding an RFP to COMO, a specialized consultant to investment management fees and transaction costs, verification analysis, and management. To date, COMAR has completed its first deliverable of recalculation review, verification, and analysis of investment management fees and expenses from fiscal year 2020 right through the end of fiscal year 2022. This report and ongoing fees verification review moving forward will provide DCRB the opportunity to evaluate day-to-day the mitigants and solutions in managing risk related to investment fund managers, investment fees, and carried interest practices. We continue to apply internal best practices and processes in standardizing acceptable terms and conditions in our investment management agreements, to actively monitor and validate fees quarterly and mitigating the risk of common and temporary overallocations becoming actual overcharges. Benchmarking certain investment management fee structures and terms that deserve higher scrutiny in the pre-investment evaluation process as well. Based on a benchmarking analysis completed by CM Benchmarking, DCRB's investment cost of 63.7 basis points was below the benchmark cost of 73.3 basis points compared to its peer funds for that year. In fiscal year 23, DCRB commenced working with its consultant Zeno AN to gather all trade data needed to complete a historical review of DCRB's public equity accounts and to perform an in-depth historical and ongoing trade cost analysis. This assessment will help benchmark DCRB's public market investment managers' trading costs to ensure they are in line with market standards. It will also assist DCRB's investment team in the evaluation of prospective investment managers' trading costs to identify potential issues before hiring new investment managers. Moving forward, this will be a very important risk management and transparency tool to fulfill our fiduciary duty and apply the best reasonable prudent practices available for execution and monitoring public investment managers and their brokers' trading practices. In fiscal year 2023, we commenced conducting a robust review of our operations across DCRB. We brought on a director of internal audit and compliance to help us identify organizational areas of strength and weaknesses in the implementation, administration, and fiduciary oversight of the agency's retirement program. DCRB has since implemented an internal audit process, plan, and charter that defines the role, organizational status, authority, responsibilities, compliance actions, priorities, and scope of the activities of the internal audit function. It also includes the underlying objectives of the function and the application thereof into integrated operational quality and risk management activities and processes in collaboration with dedicated management staff members of various departments. Ultimately, the goal is to drive consistent organizational accountability and transparency. Overall, internal audit will guide and support management and the trustees to accomplish business objectives within an acceptable risk framework by bringing in a systematic, disciplined, transparent, and compliant approach to DCRB's operations. DCRB's financial statements were audited annually, and we continue to strive to obtain and maintain unqualified opinions and report our financial activities according to required governmental accounting standards. On December 15th, 2023, our auditors, BCA Watson Rice, issued its opinion and identified no material weaknesses in internal control over financial reporting of DCRB. Subsequently, on January 31st, 2024, the DC's Office of Inspector General confirmed and concurred BCAWR's opinion that there were no identified material weaknesses in internal control over financial reporting for DCRB. Building and maintaining trust has been imperative to our effectiveness. Our goals to improve stakeholder trust are focused on defining and achieving a meaningful balance between flexibility and consistency in our benefits administration processing, as well as our communications. We have implemented specific initiatives in place to increase transparency with members and other stakeholders. We continue to better leverage our website to share timely updates regarding expected and unexpected activities that may be of interest to our stakeholders throughout the year. We're continuously evaluating our regular processes and our operational projects to ensure they are efficient, communicated clearly, and consistently compliant with rules and regulations. As noted in my letter to the mayor and other stakeholder agencies in the first quarter of fiscal year 2023, we have since met and continue to frequently meet with stakeholders inside and outside DCRB to discuss improvements in the transition from active employment to retirement and to promote collaboration amongst all agencies involved in the retirement process. The collaboration with our DC partners to increase the quality of data used to calculate benefits will contribute to additional member-specific initiatives, data accuracy, and faster processing times where possible. We have commenced specific feasibility exercises and actionable initiatives to secure all active member data in one source system in the near and long term, build an end-to-end retirement process maps, and better define roles, responsibilities, lines of authority for all agencies involved in the retirement administrative process. In the fall of 2023, DCRB published and revised summary plan descriptions for active and retirement police officers, firefighters, and teachers. The summary plan descriptions were updated to be more user-friendly, expand on various topics that were of particular interest to participants and stakeholders. These are available online and in hard copy. The DCERB and the Office of DC Pensions, a division with U.S. Treasury, expanded the annuitant self-service program by allowing members to review and view and retrieve their year-end 1099-R tax forms. This new feature has become available beginning in 2024. Finally, to further increase the ability of members to report certain life events, the DCRB, the agency, expanded its online presence by launching a feature that affords members the ability to submit online forms to the agency using a secured portal. We are constantly improving benefits administration capabilities to ensure that benefits are paid to our members accurately and timely. DCRB continues to collaborate with these agencies, MPD, FEMS, DCPS, to increase the quality of data provided. That has not stopped. DCRB is pleased to report that we are currently working with Certified Public Manager Program and the partner agencies to harmonize the data collection process. The overarching goal of the project is to standardize and digitize the retirement application and improve on the data needed to place a member onto the pension payroll. DCRB will continue to build upon member resources and tools. Last fiscal year, DCRB launched additional website calculators for members to use. The calculators completed last year, such as the military service, redeposit purchase of service calculators, allow members to estimate costs of purchasing service without the need to contact DCRB. New calculators such as outside teaching service, lateral law enforcement services calculators are being developed for the upcoming fiscal year. To further increase the ability to report certain life events for members, DCRB is working with DCRB IT and Octo to add more online secure member submission services to our member services center and improve our website. In closing, I would like to thank you, Chairman Mendelson, and the DC Committee of the Whole for its support in helping DCRB carry out our mission. We look forward to working with you and your staff and thoughtfully serving our plan members. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Balistrieri. Sorry to hurry you along there. And is Mr. Vincenti giving remarks or just here to answer questions? I have him on the witness list.
Tom Vicente?
Yeah.
He's here.
Is he here to give testimony or to answer questions?
Just answer questions.
Okay. I do have a few. For fiscal year 2025, the annual required contribution is going to increase by about $90 million from the current year. Can you explain why there's such a steep increase? You just turned it off.
It's on.
The light was red, that's why I got confused. Yes, so the increase in the contribution is due primarily to two factors. One was that the pension program provides post-retirement cost of living adjustments for retirees, and inflation drives that. There are caps for some members, but not for all members. So the recent high inflation over 2 years, the first year didn't have a big impact. The second year, the cumulative effect of 2 years of high inflation increased the liability for future payouts for existing retirees. That was number one. Number two was that all three of the employee groups, the teachers, the police, and the fire, all settled labor contracts in the most recent year and all provided retroactive pay increases that were over and above what had been built into the actuarial models as the ongoing increases. That sharp increase raised the liability, future liability projected for current active members. Those two pieces really drove the higher contribution. At a minor point, still material, but a minor part was that while we had a good investment return compared to the actuarial assumptions for the year ending 9/30/2023, the year ending 9/30/22 was very poor compared to the actuarial assumption. That was true across all programs. And that has a lingering effect because we do not take the full gain or loss in a particular year. We phase in the recognition over 5 years. So despite having a good year in the year ending 2023, we're still feeling the effect of the very poor year in 2022. Those are the three main drivers of the contribution change.
It's a 5-year smoothing.
Yes, it is.
Can you quantify how much of this was due to the 3 employee contracts?
Yes. Refer to my notes here for a moment. The contribution increase due to the contracts was about $46 million.
And do you even have it broken out by contract?
I do not with me here.
But you do have that.
I do have it.
If
yes.
I want to look at that.
Okay.
In fact, I would be interested in seeing that. So could you provide that, what the increase was for due to each contract?
Yes.
And that increase would be for this coming fiscal year, because
Yes.
reason
This
why
is
I
for
asked that
fiscal
is-
2025.
the reason I asked that is because I assumed things change so that whatever the amount is for this coming year may not be the same the following year.
Correct. When we do our numbers, so we'll do the numbers based on September 2020, September 30th, 2023, status of the plan. That's for the fiscal year ending 2025. So it's done a year in advance of the fiscal year it applies for.
So I'd appreciate whatever detail on that you could
Sure.
provide by
Yes.
contract. This might be a question for you, Mr. Ballesteri. Does Office of Labor Relations Collective Bargaining consult with you when they are negotiating to see what the pension impact would be?
Not at all. No.
Does the Chief Financial Officer check with you when they do the fiscal impact statement?
Hi, this is Daniel Hernandez, Pension Administrator. No, the Office of Chief Financial Officer does their own fiscal impact statement when these contracts are negotiated. They do not consult with DCRB.
So the retirement impact is not one that you provide?
Correct,
No.
correct.
We don't.
Let me move to another question.
Mr. Mendelson, it's really after the fact, once the contracts are negotiated and the fiscal impact is determined. And at that point, it's kind of after the fact that we then ask the actuary to look at what the impact will be.
Yeah, we don't usually look at the impact before that's negotiated.
Gosh, if I was negotiating, I kind of would like to know what the cost is that I'm offering. Just saying. I'm trying to remember something here. Yeah, what's going through my mind is this, that we're getting ready for the budget on March 20th, and there's an important part of the budget is the 4-year financial plan and what the rate of growth is that we expect from our revenues, which is probably less than how much we are negotiating in these collective bargaining agreements.
Yeah, we're not privy to those negotiations, so we,
I understand.
Yeah.
It's just kind of interesting that we are negotiating contracts that exceed our revenues and don't even consult on what the costs are. Let me turn to another question, underspending. The retirement board had significant underspending in FY '23. almost half of your budget. You explained in your pre-hearing responses, and thank you for the responses, that $5.1 million of this is related to vacancy savings, but $15.2 million was underspending in non-personal services.
Mhm.
Now, my understanding is that underspending just simply stays with the fund. So it doesn't have any general fund impact.
Correct.
Still, it raises the question, why are we budgeting so much when you're not spending it?
Well, what we try to do is under promise and over deliver. So we do have space. A lot of that space in that budget is related to our future benefits automated pension system that we're evaluating now with Treasury as well, and our IT department in Octo in a new BAPS to be fulfilled. But until we solve all accuracy data issues with stakeholder agencies, we're not going to be spending that. The other portion that we've underspent on is that we have been able to bring in expertise internally and use less consultants, which in the past have given us a lot more expenses unnecessarily. I've been able to bring in a deep bench of people to fulfill different items that we would otherwise be a cost attributable to third-party consultants in the past. So we always try to have a budget that is a little bit more, provides for contingencies. But if we're spending less, that's a good thing.
I'm going to ask the same question, I hope, looking at staff, when your budget's before us next month,
Certainly.
which is
Happy to
March
give you-
29th.
March 29th,
Yes.
happy to give you a lot of detail on the budget.
Well, I'm more interested, I'm going to look at you and I'm going to say, well, since you underspent by something like $20 million, why are we?
underspend by that?
Am I reading the numbers right?
18? Just under 20, yeah.
Which is roughly half your budget. So I'll ask why we're budgeting so much on the 29th. We had, in the pre-hearing questions, asked about pending lawsuits. There's a class action. Could you send us a copy of the pleadings?
Sure. The class action, which class action are you talking about? There's a class action, the only class action we know of is the one that's, that we are not directly defendant in the case, but we are actually cooperating with DC on
Yeah.
it. Is that the one you're talking about?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, we'd like to look at the pleadings.
It's the latter.
I think this question is really more for, I'm going to say salutary purposes, whatever I mean by that. So we asked for a list of your contracts. And if I remember correctly, none of them were over $1 million. The highest was with, I believe was with Akita,
Our
Um,
investment consultant?
which
Yes.
is going up, and it went up between FY '23 and '24. My question here, which I'm not sure I really want to ask, is do you anticipate this tipping over $1 million? My guess is since it only went up like 20, 30,000 this year, probably not going to go over $1 million. But the whole point of this, my bringing this up, we've had a nice experience, and I don't mean nice in a nice way, with some agencies that seem to forget to send the council contracts when they exceed $1 million.
Mhm.
Do you anticipate any contracts over $1 million this
No, I
year?
don't anticipate it at all.
But you will make sure that your folks will send us a contract if it goes over $1 million.
Certainly. Absolutely.
We had also asked a question about your CBE spending,
Our what? I'm sorry?
CBE, Certified
Okay.
Business Enterprise. Your adjusted expendable budget from 2022 to 2023 went from 300,000 to 9,988,000. Can you explain that? And then the annual CBE spend actually went down between 22 and 23.
Our head of budgeting will explain that to you. Lori Morgan?
Good morning, Lori Morgan, Director of Finance. So right now, the office is opening up 23 for us to go back in and adjust the budget further, simply because most of that is surplus that we didn't spend in 23. So that is going to reduce. The 9,988,000 for 23 is mainly part of that 15 million you see that we didn't spend.
So that number will go
will
down
reduce
substantially. Will it be closer to what it was for FY
That's
'22?
correct. Mhm.
Yes.
And 24 will be adjusted.
I didn't
Same.
even look at FY '24. That went up to 12 million.
Yeah.
Why
that
does
will
it
be
take so long to adjust?
I'm not sure. We just received an email stating that they are about to open FY '23 for adjustments. So right now it's closed, that we can't go in and do anything. until we get
Who's opening this? DSLBD?
that. Correct, DBS.
I have to say that's a little weird. We're like 5 months into the fiscal year of FY '24, and they're saying that you can adjust the FY '23 figure, which is grossly inflated because of underspending.
Correct.
Thank you for that. In the pre-hearing questions, I also asked you about some specific positions, and I was a little confused. Like,
You talk about personnel?
yes,
Okay.
the chief financial officer, the position right now is open.
Yes,
It became vacant on November 3rd, 2023.
yes.
It was last filled, or maybe I misread this. Date most recently filled.
Yeah, it wasn't filled yet. It hasn't been filled. That's a, I think, mistake on that column.
It's a
I see what it
confusion.
says here, 11:02.
That's when it
versus
became
11:03.
vacant.
Yeah, it's currently not filled, but we are in the process of panel and candidate interviews. I'm a proponent of promoting from within. And we have a objective interview process with both internal and outside candidates ongoing right now.
So somewhat similar answer with regard to general counsel, which is at the bottom of the table, says
Mhm.
became vacant on August 25th. And so it's not yet filled. You have an interim there.
It's been filled with an interim, correct, who's more than likely going to be our general counsel for good.
Question 7. We asked for a list of employees receiving administrative allowance. We also asked you to explain what an administrative allowance is. In your answer, you explained it, but I didn't see a list. Is the list 0 or?
0.
I'm not sure this is a question as much as an observation. I'm pretty sure that the executive with regard to subordinate agencies is looking at, among other things, cell phones, the number of cell phones, how many there are out there, how many of them are actually being used. And we asked that question, and as far as I can tell, you have 41 cell phones for your agency.
Approximately, yes.
Yeah, that's a lot. I mean, I've recently been thinking about it in terms of my own office, don't worry. And, you know, how many people really, really need a cell phone? I see all the trustees have cell phones,
Yes, they do.
because they're doing daily business for the board.
Well, they have iPads for them to use. They're not really cell phones only. They have iPads and cell phones. And the important part here is we have a lot of confidential information and we are very e-friendly. We don't use paper that much. And from a secure uh, transmittal of documentation point of view, that's the best way to go. We also have an online portal called Diligent where we can easily have information for committee meetings and board meetings used. And we are operating very below budget.
Well, maybe, and also your budget, well, you are operating below budget, but,
It's a good thing.
or it could be just that you were over budgeted. So you're not so much operating below budget, but you're just over budgeted. And it's also true that your dollars don't count against the general fund. So in a way, if I were to say to you, you've got to reduce certain costs, that doesn't help us in terms of the general fund budget. I get
Yeah.
that. But that's not a reason for me not to raise my eyebrows
Oh,
at the amount of electronic devices. It says here mobile devices, which just seems to be a lot.
they're actually not. So this is, they're not in compared to what we're expending and how many people we have on board between amongst trustees, and staff members. It makes people nimble and available and accessible. And it also, as I explained, um, it, 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 it actually is more ESG in many ways. It allows us to work with less paper and, it makes, us more user-friendly in terms of doing our jobs.
I'm not sure I completely agree, but I'll leave it
Okay.
at that. I don't have any other questions for you. You're going to get back to us with
With-
the,
Actuarial questions
yes, and the pleadings. Provide us with the
and the
pleadings on that
pleadings. Yeah,
class action. I think that was it.
certainly. Yes,
Thank you very much.
thank you very much.
Thank you.
I guess I will say as you're about to get up, I appreciate that the retirement board seems to, not the board itself, but the agency seems to have regained the stability that it lost a couple years ago. And that's a good thing.
I appreciate your observation. Appreciate it. I think so too.
Thank you. We're going to turn to the next agency. Oh, I should also note, I have an appointment pending before the council to reappoint Joe Bress as the one of the three council appointees, and we've scheduled that hearing for 9 a.m. on March 29th, Friday, March 29th. I think he knows that. Thank you. I will turn now to the other post-employment benefits fund. I have Eric Goulet as a public witness and then the agency. Haven't seen you in a day. I actually have not left. Right in the seat. We could hold on to it, then you only have 40. Eric Goulet,
Good morning, Mr. Chairman. How are you today?
fine.
My name is Eric Goulet. I'm a Ward 3 representative of the DC State Board of Education, but today I'll be testifying in my individual capacity and not on behalf of our State Board of Ed. I'm here to provide testimony on the other post-employment benefits and the related issues to that today at this performance oversight hearing. As you know, Mr. Chairman, our other post-employment benefits agency is fully funded, which is something that we really should celebrate here in the district. And this year, I would like to really commend the amazing work that they've done, generating nearly a 11.5% return on investment, which is really incredible and should be commended. A return on investment is important, Mr. Chairman, and an area, though, where we've not seen that is in our Deputy Mayor for Education. Mr. Chairman, you funded $240,000 for a boundary study, $200,000 for a master facilities plan this year. And I think unlike the Post-Employment Benefits Agency, the results in this area have come up short. And I would ask you, when you get the boundary study, to please reject it and send it back for further work. There's several concerns that the residents of Ward 3 have with this. First of all, the boundary changes that we see with Janney, Man, Eaton, and Oyster are very disruptive. The community is upset with that. They cause more harm than they cause good. In a way, they're trying to put like a Band-Aid on a broken bone with the school overcrowding issue that we face in Ward 3. So here are some kind of fundamental problems we see with the boundary study and the MFP. It does nothing to address the school overcrowding issues that are prolific throughout our ward and really unique to our ward. Specifically, as you know, Mr. Chairman, when you passed a plan to try to get to universal pre-K for all 3- and 4-year-olds, we began with Title I schools, and then as we expanded, the goal was to try to make sure we had universality. Ward 3 was fine with waiting and going with the areas of greatest need, but now that it's our turn for universal pre-K, we've been told that basically we have to wait longer, and that in fact, there's no plan anywhere within this next 10 years to provide the pre-K 3 and 4 that Ward 3 residents have been waiting for. We're the only ward that has no pre-K 3, and pre-K 4 is still by lottery. Worse, we're concerned that this plan that the deputy mayor's put forward will actually exacerbate school overcrowding. There's a Rock Creek West roadmap that's been released by the mayor over the same decade as the school boundary plan, but the two DC studies don't sync up at all. So there's really no effort to try to account for what they project as a 10% increase in population in the Rock Creek West roadmap. You don't see that at all in the boundary study, which is really disturbing. And that means that class sizes could actually increase in Ward 3, and we could lose existing pre-K slots. Some other concerns I have with the boundary study are that there's no effort to try to put inclusive special education into our communities like we should be doing. There's no effort to add schools. We should be purchasing the Whittle School, as Councilmember Fruman has proposed, and also looking for space within Friendship Heights for another elementary school that will relieve pressure on Janney, Murch, and Lafayette, which are all overcrowded. Lastly, I would also like to say that we should be looking at trying to increase staffing for OSSI bus services, because we made it through this winter and cold and flu season without some of the problems we had last year, but the agency still operates on a razor's edge of staffing. It doesn't have enough staff in case anyone gets sick, and then we see delays or disruptions for our students with special transportation needs. So, Mr. Chairman, I appreciate the opportunity to testify today on the other post-employment benefit agency, and I would urge you to reject the master facilities plan if it does come to the council and send it back to the deputy mayor. It's $440,000 that you invested, and there are no results that we've seen from that investment. Thank you very much today, sir.
Did you mean to say reject the master facilities plan or reject the boundary study?
Well,
Or both?
I would like to see both rejected. There needs to be further work on this. What we've seen produced actually causes more harm than good at this point. No one in Ward 3 is happy with these changes. And with the MFP, we're not attempting to solve any overcrowding, and we're missing an opportunity in schools like Stoddard that are being modernized right now to add the pre-K 3 slots. The plan was that as we modernize these schools, we would put in pre-K capacity for in-boundary neighborhood students, and we haven't done that. I mean, further, I think as the students testified last night before you from the Sunrise Group, we have an opportunity to try to add some of these cutting-edge environmental technologies as we modernize schools and we're failing to do that as well. So there's nothing in either study that really is inspirational or that should be accepted by the council as adequate. And I think you've invested a lot of money in these studies, and you should expect a return on that investment.
And just quickly, because I'm seeing I'm over my time, connect this to other post-employment benefits fund?
Well, it's a challenge sometimes to fit 9 minutes worth of testimony into 3 minutes, so you have to get creative with it, Mr. Chairman. I would encourage you, when the budget comes up, to try to make sure that each education agency is separate and that people have 3 minutes to speak on each of these important agencies. But I was pleasantly surprised, honestly, that they hit 11.5%. I think that's to be commended. So I wasn't planning to be here, but the need to speak on these issues for Ward 3 compelled me to. So, sir, I'd encourage you to make sure everybody gets 9 full minutes when we get to the budget. I appreciate the opportunity to speak today, though, sir.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Goulet. All right, well, let me turn to the agency. Carmen Pigler? We're chatting about the annual report. Do you print that and bind it, or is it just available online?
We do print it, the annual report.
Yes, Rodney Dickerson, Program Director. We typically print 20 copies and then everything else is sent out electronically.
And what happens to the 20 copies? Like, does one of them show up with the chairman of the council?
We will
We can
make
get
sure
you
it
one.
does.
Exactly.
Okay. Please proceed, and good morning.
Good morning, Chairman Mendelson and members of the Committee of the Whole. I'm Carmen Pigler, Deputy Chief Financial Officer and Treasurer of the District of Columbia. I'm pleased to testify today on the fiscal year 2023 performance of the Other Post-Employment Benefits Fund, referred to hereafter as the Trust Fund or the Plan. I'm joined by Benedict Richardson, Associate Treasurer, Rodney Dickerson, Director, and Ken Alazio, Program Manager. The trust fund's assets pay health and life insurance benefits for participants and administrative expenses associated with the plan. The trust fund is administered by the Office of Finance and Treasury pursuant to the annuitant's health and life insurance employer contribution plan documents. As of September 30th, 2023, the trust fund was valued at $1.84 billion with 3,600 participants. In fiscal year 2023, the trust fund generated net gains from investments of $185.5 million. Performance for fiscal year 2023 was boosted by favorable equity and bond markets. Gross revenues and gross returns in fiscal year 2023 were 11.46% versus the fund's policy benchmark returns of 11.52%. Total returns for the year, net of fees, were 11.23%. For the 5-year period ending September 30th, 2023, fund assets returned 3.57%. The fund's rate of return since inception is 5.37%, below the actuarial rate of return of 6.5%. The actuarial consulting firm Chiron performs an actuarial analysis of the plan's assets and liabilities annually to determine the plan's funding ratio and the district's employer contribution. The fiscal year 2023 study is nearing completion. The funding ratio of the plan's asset value to the funding ratio is the ratio of the plan's a plan's asset value to its accrued liability at a point in time. Based on Chiron's preliminary analysis of the fund's assets and liabilities, the plan's ratio as of September 30th, 2023 was 93% based on the market value of assets and 100.7% based on the actuarial value of assets.
If I may interrupt, what's the difference between the market value and the actuarial value of the assets?
The market value looks at the actual market calculation of assets. So what it would be valued
I understand
on
that,
Wall
but
Street, and the actuarial value is actually a projection of the value of assets. So a projection of the assets into the future.
so looking at the Smith Company and guessing, that's a little too crude on my part, but guessing what the value will be in the future.
Correct. The value of the assets and the liabilities in the future.
Continue.
A plan is considered fully funded when it has a funding ratio between 90 and 120%. The employer contribution is the payment made to a plan by a plan sponsor. The accumulation of employer contributions and investment earnings pay plan liabilities. In fiscal year 2023, the district's employer contribution was $41.5 million and $72.7 million in fiscal year 2024. OFT engaged certified public accountants, Burt Smith and Company, to compile the plan's fiscal year 2023 financial statements. In conjunction with the district's annual audit and the publication of the annual comprehensive financial report, the financial statements were completed and given an unqualified audit opinion by the district's independent auditors, McConnell and Jones. Although the plan is adequately funded, OFT continues to monitor plan assets to ensure it is meeting long-term investment goals. To this end, OFT onboarded or outsourced chief financial officer and co-fiduciary NEPC in fiscal year 2023. OFT and NEPC are incorporating the OCIO's recommended asset allocation and diversifying the plan's investment strategy. District of Columbia law established the OPEB Advisory Committee comprised of independent subject matter experts. These experts provide an additional level of oversight on important issues that can impact the performance and value of the trust fund, including actuarial assumptions, investment objectives, and best practices. The advisory committee meets biannually. The last meeting was January 29th, 2024. OFT provided the advisory committee with a performance overview of the trust fund and shared additional information comparable to this testimony. In summary, the trust fund is well positioned to ensure plan assets are sufficient to meet the obligated costs of participant health and life insurance benefits now and in the future. Our goals are to continue to oversee a well-funded plan, achieve higher risk-adjusted returns, and ensure the trust fund is managed using best practices. This concludes my remarks. I'd be pleased to answer any questions you may have at this time.
Thank you for your testimony. For the current fiscal year 24, the actuarial evaluation was completed in time that I note here says evaluation completed February 7th, 2023, determined the fiscal year 2024 employer contribution. But for this coming year, the actuarial evaluation will be completed by March 1st, which is what, almost a month later. Why?
Well, the actual publication of the actuarial study will be March 1st. We met with the actuary last week. We did, and they have projections of the FY 23
FY
actuarial study. In addition to the annual study this year, they actually also completed a study that they do every 2 years called
The
the
experience study.
experience study. So that added a little time. But we do have preliminary information.
For the annual required contribution?
Right.
And what is that for next year?
For fiscal year 2025.
Yeah.
Which is, it is 63.9 million.
When will that be known for, because you said, I think you said draft or projected or estimated, so when is it final? Well, a couple
That's-
weeks means March 10th.
I would say March 15th.
Now, you know, the mayor's supposed to submit a budget March 20th. And your colleagues, meaning the OCFO, has told the mayor pencils down March 10th.
We have shared the 63.9 million with the Office of Budget and Planning. We do not anticipate that changing. It's just the official actuarial study, like the published study, has not been released, but we do not anticipate a change in that number.
And you're saying that that it'll be published March 1st?
By March 1st, yes.
Well, that's just,
Oh, tomorrow.
yes.
There's actually two things that's happening. We have the numbers, so for budgetary purposes, we can tell you exactly what the amount's going to be. Then we also have the full report that provides us with the assumptions, physical report. So that's probably about 2 weeks away. But as far as seeing, what the district, lack of a better word, would have to appropriate, we have those numbers.
So the report will be around March 10th, March 15th? Well, I gave you 2 dates. No, I want you to give me one.
I'm sorry, I got so excited about the 2 days that you gave me. What were the days again?
March 10th or March 15th?
March 10th or 15th?
When do you think you'll have the report?
15th.
And that's just because that's the later date. I'm looking at the pre-hearing questions. The answer to number 7 says the evaluation completed February 7th determined the fiscal year 2024 employer contribution of 41.5 million. That's how much we contributed? For fiscal year 2024.
2341.5.
I'm confused. The reason why I'm confused is because we're looking at the budget book and the budget book says FY '23 was 41.5 and FY '24 was 72. And the answer to question 7 says FY '24 is 41.5. Should that be FY '23? You following me? Say that again?
2024 should be 72.7.
That number, that was from fiscal 23's contribution. That's a mistake. The response to number 7.
Yes. So, between fiscal year '23 at 41.5 and fiscal year 2024 at 72.7, it went up roughly 30 million. And now it's coming down about 9 million.
Yes.
And the reason, again, for this being later this year is because it got delayed by the experience study?
Right, because we have the additional experience study, there was additional analysis conducted by the actuary.
Give me a second here. We had asked about reprogramming. There was one reprogramming in FY '23. And then there's a planned reprogramming in FY '24. Is that for the same purpose?
It is, so, because it's a little convoluted, because the administrative expenses are actually paid by the trust, but they're reflected in the general fund. We have to reprogram
Okay.
to account for that movement.
So answer number 12, actually answer number 11 says we don't need to change the law, but answer 12 seems to suggest it would help if we did change the law. All right? Answer number 12 says, based on the current statute, OPEB expenditures reflected in general fund, but paid with special purpose, moving the OPEB administration expenditures from general fund to, I have to turn the page. The trust will allow those expenditures to be paid directly, which I assume then would eliminate the reprogram.
That's correct.
Okay, so are we going to see this in the Budget Support Act?
I think we're too
Or
late
in
for
the
the
budget?
BSA.
Or in the budget?
Uh,
Or being asked that the council make this change? Maybe we don't need legislation, we just need to do it in the budget.
I think we need to do it in the budget.
So then when you come back on March 29th, you'll remind us that we need to do that unless
Yes.
it's reflected in the mayor's proposal?
Yes,
Do you think it'll be reflected in the mayor's proposal?
I will work with my colleagues.
Who are in the same agency as you?
Yes. Office of Budget and Planning and the Office of the General Counsel.
Some of those are nice folks, so maybe
They're
they'll-
all nice.
maybe they'll be helpful to you. So you have a contract a person, an employee, a contract employee? Why do you have a contract employee? Why not just a continuing full-time on your payroll?
We, at this time, we do not have a FTE designated for that position. We would like to have one created. I think another issue is because the asset management team is actually fiduciary for several programs. We'd like to have someone that's not just designated for the OPEB plan, but can also help with responsibilities for the 529 plan and 457.
Well, the contract employee you have is dedicated to the OPEB administration. That person could be an FTE, but if they were an FTE, you would want them to be doing more than just,
Correct.
I think this is something to talk about when we get the budget. Um, I think, any other questions? I think I'm good for the moment. The only homework I think you have here is getting us
Correct.
the annual.
We need to correct question 7, make sure we send you the correct.
Okay. And the annual report
Yes,
and the actuarials, which comes out around March 15th.
Exactly, we agreed upon March 15th.
We didn't agree, you said, but not later. All right, thank you.
Great, thanks.
I'm back at 10:40. I'm going to take a 15-minute recess and then we'll start with the Commission on Arts and Humanities. 15 minutes means 10:46. So we are recessed until 10:46. How are you doing? Okay, I have to go read this. That's why I'm taking these. So that I can delay this hearing. I'm reconvening this hearing. We're continuing this performance oversight hearing by the Committee of the Whole. And we're turning now to the Commission on Arts and Humanities. I have 25 witnesses signed up to testify before we get to the agency. What I think I'm going to do is break that into two groups. So I'm going to call the first 12. I'm assuming you're one of the public witnesses, as in Andrew Lee. And I'm guessing everyone else is online. So let me call. Oh, it's great to see people. There's still a few people who are online. So if you're here and I call your name, come forward. Gloria Hightower. Otherwise, we'll let these folks in. Amy Austin. Andrew Lee is at the table. Nicole Lewis. Jackie Carter. Mazi Mutafa. Carol Foster. Jenny Billfield. Edgar Doby. Brian Bailey. Paul Spires. Paul Marengo. I think I'll keep going a little bit. Did I say Paul Marengo? Alfred Harrison? Beverly Price? Charles Hopkins? John Mason? Maureen Dwyer? Maria Estache? Ashley J. Williams? Let's stop there. All right, so I'm going to go through the witnesses in the order I called them, and if they're online, we'll hear from them. If they're at the table, and I love seeing people at the table, then you speak. So is Gloria Hightower here? Okay, well, we'll keep moving. Amy Austin? Andrew Lee? And 3 minutes.
Good morning, Chairman Mendelson, members of the committee. I'm Andrew Lee, the founding artistic executive director of DC Strings Workshop, known as DC Strings. I'm grateful for the opportunity to testify on behalf of arts organizations, artists, and musicians who've traditionally been left out of legacy funding streams. For the past 4 years, DC Strings has been a partner and grantee of the commission. The council's investment in the commission budget over the years has been instrumental to the growth of the local arts sector. I stand before you today to emphasize the paramount importance of sustaining music and arts education for the youth and musicians of our community. Currently, DC Strings serves more than 500 students in several DC public and charter schools. For years, we've partnered with DCPS, DPR, and other district agencies to present summer camps serving hundreds of students. This is in addition to offering workshops and music instruction during the school day. I'll summarize my remarks as there's a lot to get to. As you're aware, it's been a challenging time for the arts sector, but the council can help by strengthening and empowering the commission. First, the General Operating Support Grant Program has been a vital tool to sustain and build a resilient arts sector. Moving this program to multi-year funding would be helpful in giving organizations the confidence to scale and invest in new programming and staff. Remove the stipulation of a 50% cap where organizations cannot receive more than 50% of their total district grants and awards, which is essentially a cut. Unfortunately, DC Strings funding was cut more than 35% this past year, totaling more than $40,000 due to new budget rules implemented by the council. These decisions are playing games with our livelihoods as administrators and musicians. DC Strings is one of over a dozen organizations affected by this rule change. You continue to fund tourist attractions and not the real communities that deserve to be served. The district is pushing aside local voices, artists, and culture. This cut was DC Strings payroll for months, causing us to scramble with our donors and supporters. Funding DC Strings, a small community-based arts organization, has a deep impact instantly. This loss of revenue means we have to turn away interested students, reduce the number of concerts in our season, shrink our staff, and tell families we cannot afford to provide them with particular services. Second, I ask the council to address the 102% cap up to 5% dedicated tax revenue for the commission. This is also a cut to the top line budget of the commission and will limit the growth of the agency and its ability to support the sector over time. The youth of our city are crying out. They're scared not only for their safety, but their future. Many have experienced traumatic events. Music and arts therapy is a way to heal and give them a greater voice and agency in their future. I'm a firm believer in the words of the great civil rights and children's rights activist Marian Wright Edelman. You can't be what you can't see. What are our youth seeing today when the council cuts community organizations that bring hope and joy to the lives through the power of the arts? I also want to see greater collaboration with the commission, with Learn 24, Destination DC, DCPS, DPR. They should be working together. They should be coordinating. There's festivals and musical opportunities where they could bring thousands of people, residents, highlighting local artists and bring more revenue to the city. With so few band and orchestra programs, how will many of our youth get to the legacy institutions? These programs are being cut. I was one of those kids once. Being able to study music and being exposed to classical music changed my life, and calling the council to do more and do better. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Lee. Nicole Lewis. Jackie Carter.
Hello, how are you today? How's everyone today? So
Okay.
I'm here today to talk about the importance of restoring and increasing the Commission on the Arts budget. Last night, 2 of our kids robbed at gunpoint by other kids at the Congress Heights Metro Station. The night before that, another girl raped by another kid outside. When the commission cuts the funding, when the council cuts the funding for the commission, it creates a dangerous environment for our community. Kids don't have a safe place to go because the organizations that the commission funds, their funding is cut. When the funding is cut to community-based organizations and grassroots organizations, it doesn't give kids a safe place to go, a place to create. So I'm hoping and counting on the council to restore the funding to the Commission on the Arts and Humanities, and in fact, increase the funding. Since we have been awardees of the Commission on the Arts and Humanities, when we first came into the humanities, we were serving up to about 20 kids. As a result of the funding from the commission, we have increased our ability to serve up to 150 kids a year. It is a direct result of the funding from the Commission on the Arts and Humanities. 70% of the plays that we produce over in Ward 8, Children's Legacy Theater, serving predominantly Ward 8 kids and Ward 7 kids are also in there. 70% of our plays are written by students who were once counted, dismissed because they weren't doing well in school. They were not going to school. But because of the funding from the Commission on the Arts and Humanities, we've been able to hire the staff to train our young people, to get them back into school. And as a result of that, 7 years later, Children's Legacy Theater has 100% high school graduation rate. We could not have done this work without our partnership with the Commission and the Arts and Humanities and the money that they grant to us. So when you cut the commission's funding, you make the community unsafe for the children, unsafe for the creative process. A lot of our children will tell you today, if we weren't at Children's Legacy Theater, we would be out menacing the community. So please, let's bring to this process, make it make sense. Art heals, art restores. Theater and music, they help children who are wayward come back into the fold. So please restore the funding to the Commission on the Arts and Humanities, and in fact, find a way to increase that funding. It works out well for the community, it works out well for the children. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Carter. I don't have a copy of your statement, if you could provide that. But I do want to note this. In fiscal year 2021, which was what, 3 years ago, the budget for the commission was $34.5 million. This past year was $45,200,000. For the current year, the approved budget is $51 million. So it's not correct to say that the council has cut the commission's budget. It's not even correct to say that the commission's budget has been reduced.
If I might respond to that, is that okay if I respond to that? So
Briefly.
Thank you very, very kindly. I appreciate the increase in the funding over the years to the Commission on the Arts and Humanities, but as that funding has increased, so has awardees. So the commission needs to hire more staff to accommodate the growth in the awardees. And when they do not have the ability to accommodate that growth by hiring staff, that slows down money paid out to grantees like myself. So if we're waiting anywhere from 3 to 6 months to get a check from the commission, that is creating, again, an unsafe environment for the community. So
Well, that
that's
might
what I'm
speak
talking
to
about.
that might speak to the operation of the commission, but I was responding to your repeated statement that the council had cut the budget for the commission.
There are also, Chairman.
So, no, let me move on to the next witness. Maza Mutafa?
Good morning, Chairman. My name is Mazi Mutafa, Executive Director of Words, Beats, and Life, a 22-year-old hip-hop nonprofit based in Columbia Heights, which has 5 priorities: arts education, creative employment, cultural diplomacy, centering marginalized voices, and for the culture. I'm also a member of the DC Arts Education Alliance. I'm here today to share the perspective of an organization that has seen tremendous growth in our capacity over the last 4 years, in particular. We are a living example of the difference that having dedicated sources of funding has made. It is for that reason that I'm here to request that the cap and restrictions for making funding decisions be removed. I can tell you that I know firsthand that the investments that the city is currently making through the DC Commission on the Arts and Humanities and other DC government agencies are making their way to the community, building up the visions of founders and volunteer-driven organizations to tackle, through the arts, some of the other pressing issues this body considers, from teen crime, truancy, test score, learning outcomes, job readiness, attracting tourists, activating and leasing commercial properties, and so much more. I think the city, through the work of the commission and other agencies, has an opportunity to build a different kind of creative economy that requires a larger table, able to accommodate more of the city's creative residents and businesses. This larger table is what led me to request the opportunity to testify here today. Under the leadership of Chairman Reggie Van Lee, I have seen the work of the commission to build a bigger table that can accommodate a larger community of creatives as partners. With the recent hire of the executive director, Aaron Myers, and the promotion of deputy director, David Markey, I've been a witness to the most active DC Commission leadership I've seen in the last 22 years. Up to this point, I've only talked about how the commission's funding has impacted us in terms of growing our capacity. I want to close my testimony by talking about the unprecedented community outreach and engagement I've witnessed, seeing each of these leaders present at large and small community events and around tables and at roundtable discussions. I've witnessed through their leadership in actions helping to shape a larger agenda and set of priorities within the creative community of the district. I would ask that the council, in this pivotal moment, do the unexpected. I would ask that you invest more in the work of these dedicated workers and volunteers at one of the city's most impactful agencies. Support their goals of building a bigger table, because when they are successful, a different kind of model can emerge to support the larger priorities of the council around educational outcomes, employment, economic development, and crime reduction, all while promoting greater equity for all of the citizens of our city. The DC Commission of the Arts and Humanities can be a partner in all of those efforts with a full staff and budget. They're working towards a vision that does all those things. I ask that you support their efforts by removing the cap of dedicated sources of funding and let them do more with more instead of more with less. Thank you.
Thank you. If you could provide a copy of your statement, that would be appreciated. Carol Foster? Here.
Good morning. I'm sorry I can't come online. I am under the weather a bit, but I did want to take time to make this statement. I am Carol Foster. I have been doing the arts in the District of Columbia for 54 years. I've been a teacher in DC public schools. I have also been Dean of Arts at Duke Ellington for 10 years during the 90s. I am a founder of the International Association of Blacks in Dance. I work closely with the President's Committee on the Arts and Humanities to make Savoy Elementary School one of 8 schools in the country recognized for its turnaround arts initiatives. And so I've had a lot of experience, and I've seen firsthand the valuable impact that the arts and also the DC Commission on the Arts has on the community, and particularly Black dance, since that's my area. It's really crucial. I think I'm just echoing what everyone else is saying, that supporting our youth programs, performance programs, workforce, and much more is critical. We don't want to have any more devastating consequences in our city. What we do keeps the city vibrant and diverse. Our youth programs rely on the resources provided by the commission, as everyone is going to state today. I'm sure you'll hear it more than once. And it offers creative outlets. It does save lives. If we are really, really sincere about wanting to do something about the escalating crime and violence among youth, I find it really, really hard to understand why we are not making all kinds of efforts to increase arts funding. Our programs bring back the humanity in our young people, and it helps them to redirect their lives in terms of the stressors that they have to navigate every day. Our performance programs supported by the commission allow for our artists to showcase their work and connect with the audiences locally and beyond. We really need to focus on an affordable arts center for the District of Columbia. We've not had anything similar to that since the Landsberg's building during the late 80s. Furthermore, the commission plays a key role in making sure that the arts stay alive in this area, and they stay alive for all of our residents, not just our youth, but everyone from our youth to our seniors, and they make a difference and a major impact. I urge you to prioritize the future of our arts and humanities sector by maintaining and increasing the budget of the DC Commission on the Arts and Humanities. The impact of this decision reaches far beyond financial numbers. It shapes the heart and soul of our city. I can't see us saying that we are concerned about what's going on with youth crime, with all of the other issues that we have, and we're not paying attention to the funding. I thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Foster. And I do have a copy of your statement. Jenny Billfield? I'm told somebody else will be coming up from Washington Performing Arts. Edgar Doby.
Hello. Hello, Chairman Mendelson. Good morning. I'm very happy to introduce myself. My name is Edgar Doby. I'm the executive producer at Arena Stage. We're a resident theater situated in Ward 6, and we are approaching our 75th anniversary of operations in the district. I'm honored to speak to you today in support of the Commission on Arts and Humanities and its vital mission to support diverse artistic programs, activities, and expression across the district. I hope to encourage the council to likewise support this agency that provides critical funding to Arena Stage and hundreds of other arts organizations and independent artists in our city. First, I would like to advocate for the protection of the dedicated funding source for the Commission. I'm very proud of the work of the Arts Action DC Coalition to establish, and I remind everyone with unanimous council support, the dedicated funding amendment in 2018. And we've seen tremendous growth for the arts in DC in the 5 years since its enactment. Thanks to the council's investment in the Commission, DC ranks #1 for arts funding per capita in this fiscal year 2024, according to the National Association of State Art Agencies. This is noteworthy accomplishment, but the current 2% cap on the Commission's budget threatens those gains. Though seemingly modest, the cap is felt as a budget cut in the community because of the wider economic factors that we all face. The council can help us continue growing our arts community by removing caps from the commission's budget and please defend the dedicated funding amendment. I would also like to celebrate the commission's dedication to more equitable arts funding through growth in the General Operating Support Grant Program. Reliable support through GOS for new and previous grantees is vital to building a resilient arts organization. And we support wholeheartedly any movement towards establishing multi-year grants or otherwise to expand that program. As a leader of Arena Stage, I have sought to build a dependable revenue model for our organization of 5% of our funding coming from local and federal government sources. Arena Stage neared that goal in 2018, and we have been constantly advocating to reach this goal from our current level of about 2.5% of government support. And finally, the Commission has made commendable progress through its current 5-year strategic plan. As conversations for the next plan begin, I ask that a community input stage be incorporated into the process. The Commission is already incredibly transparent, and I hope they might welcome the perspective of their stakeholders in setting any new goals. Thank you for this opportunity to express our unyielding support for the Commission on Arts and Humanities. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your time. And I have your statement. Brian Bailey is next.
Thank you for having me here today, Council. This is my first time here, so bear with me. My name is Brian Bailey. I'm a full-time independent artist residing in Ward 8, Southeast Washington, D.C. Actually, the 2023 Mayor's Arts Award winner for Excellence in Arts Education. Outside of my art practice, I specialize in social and emotional learning. Am I an art teacher? No. Am I a therapist? No, I'm not. Am I a caring human being that wants the better for my community and surrounding areas? Yes. Throughout the connections and opportunities made through the Arts and Humanities Commission, I've been able to serve over 1,300 youth throughout the arts just last year on my own. Not just sitting and painting with them, but focusing on the key elements of social and emotional guidance, which steers in the direction of conflict resolution, self-esteem enrichment, and creating comfortability and expression of one's emotions in a room full of their peers. Sitting in classrooms and watching young adults express themselves and bond with others, which they usually wouldn't, you can't really limit a budget on those experiences. As an artist, I sometimes feel like I do the dirty work and can't focus on my artistry because of what on the ground is received as a lack of support. We as artists feel like we have to pick up we have to pick up the lack from the support of the council, and not to mention the remarkable current work and efforts of the Arts and Humanities team that they are putting together and activating now. We as a community are more active and excited than ever before. So limiting funding is actually chopping away at the cleanup crew. As everyone mentioned that you've talked to today, art saves lives. It may be the last hope for this city. I hope you care enough about this city to understand how important art will become in the near future, and limiting funding will only make the city worse and make our passion to help that much harder to maintain. So I ask not only to not limit funding, but to give us more. We're here to help. Let's make this easy. It's art. I'm done.
Thank you, Mr. Bailey. And I have your statement. Paul Spires. I don't think he's here. Paul Marengo. I don't believe he's here. Alfred Harrison. Don't believe he's here. Beverly Price. I don't believe she's here. Charles Hopkins. Don't believe he's here. John Mason. I understand he's online.
Hi there, I'm John Mason, Mr. Chairman, council members. and esteemed members of the committee, thank you for having me. I'm the board president of the Washington Area Lawyers for the Arts, which we refer to as WALA. And I'd like to use WALA as an example of the important work the commission does to express our support for the commission and increased funding for the commission. Founded in 1983 under a visionary mandate from the DC Commission on the Arts, WALA supports artistic expression and creative innovation by serving the legal needs of Washington's cultural community. The business of the arts is about more than just the creative spirit. Art also involves complicated legal issues pertaining to intellectual property, licensing, tax law, small business and nonprofit incorporation, employment law, and the infinite possibilities of contract provisions. For over 40 years, WALA has provided education, advocacy, and volunteer pro bono legal services to DC-based artists and nonprofit organizations through workshops, legal clinics, and pro bono legal referral services with our volunteer lawyers. We offer educational workshops to help DC creatives and nonprofits navigate the complex convergence of art and the law. A volunteer faculty of Washington's most prominent attorneys in art, entertainment, and media law provide in-depth instruction through more than 50 regularly scheduled workshops every year. Our popular 6-week creative entrepreneurship series is offered 3 times a year, teaching young and emerging artists the fundamentals of art entrepreneurship. We also co-produce advanced seminars on discipline-specific legal topics with organizations including the DC Independent Film Festival, Automatic, 20238, OCT FME, American Film Institute, the Copyright Alliance, and many others, including the commission itself. We host walk-in legal clinics quarterly at leading law firms and law schools in the DC area. And these clinics allow DC artists to receive free one-on-one counseling from experienced attorneys on common legal matters. For more complex issues requiring legal representation, we maintain a pro bono legal referral service which coordinates over 500 volunteer lawyers, and our volunteer lawyers resolved 128 complex cases for low-income creatives and artists last year alone. In all, Washington Area Lawyers for the Arts provides legal services to more than 5,000 DC residents and nonprofit organizations annually. We also conduct research and publish periodic white papers on overarching issues impacting the district's economy, perspectives on the creative economy, and promoting economic development through arts incubators were published in partnership with the GWU Law School Small Business and Community Economic Development Clinic, and they were made possible through funding from the DC Commission on the Arts and Humanities. While it does all of this on a budget of around $109,000 annually, the DC Commission on the Arts and Humanities' funding is crucial to WALA continuing its mandate. Historically, public funding from the DCCAH has accounted for nearly half of WALA's annual operating budget. Unlike some of my fellow panelist organizations, our funding from the commission is being reduced drastically. We will only be eligible for a maximum of $25,000 in general operating support, effectively lowering our fiscal year 24 operating capital by 15%. This could have a crippling effect on WALA's mission. In order to maintain our present level of services, we will need to find new sources of revenue and private support in an already overburdened philanthropic market. While WALA faces considerable funding challenges in the coming year, we must acknowledge that it is only through leadership grants from the commission that WALA has been able to offer our vital and necessary services to the DC creative community for over the past 40 years. I therefore urge the committee to continue its support of the DC Commission on the Arts and Humanities and increase funding for the 2025 fiscal cycle. Thank you for letting me talk.
Thank you, Mr. Mason. I may have some questions for you. Maureen Dwyer.
Good morning, Chairman Mendelson and members of the committee. Thank you for this opportunity to testify. I'm Maureen Dwyer, Executive Director of Sitar Arts Center, where DC youth have equitable access to multidisciplinary arts education and career training. Each semester, 80% of our students come from households at 60% or less of the median income in DC. I'm also on the steering committee of the DC Arts Education Alliance, which is a cohort of 17 organizations dedicated to collectively serving 15,000 youth in DC and creating considerable access for youth from underserved areas. SATAR and the Alliance recognize and appreciate the Council's strong investment in the arts. The Commission is a vital and effective agency attributed to the leadership of Chairperson Van Lee, Executive Director Myers, and Deputy Director Markey, as well as a really responsive and knowledgeable staff. Foremost, I strongly advocate for the continuation of the dedicated funding stream for CAH. To meet our mission of affordability, SATAR does not charge much tuition. It is nominal. And therefore, 90% of our budget relies on public and private contributions. General operating support from the Commission is a big part of that income. Secondly, we advocate for the removal of the 2% cap placed on the budget in FY24. To my understanding, the Commission subsidized the budget in FY24 from their fund balance, which is limited to ensure continued and widespread grants. The fund is finite, and due to the cap, the Commission is now projecting the general operating pool to be $1 million less in FY25 than it is in FY24. As you've heard today from many of us, arts education and our Alliance members are a critical part of the solution to the youth disengagement and lack of belonging that leads to violence, crime, and public safety concerns. A growing public investment helps us to reach more youth. In terms of process, we request a return to the timeline of spring notification of the GOS grant, which helped us to plan for our future budget years and has been delayed to September in the last few years. We fully support multi-year GOS grants that's in the works. The Commission has been transparent about challenges created this year by delayed disbursements of grants. While we support the legislated requirement that 80% of the Commission budget goes to grant dollars, we also support the Commission's authority to allocate the 20% of the administrative budget to the staff that they deem necessary for efficient grant distribution. I really thank the Commission again for the time, the Council for the support, and appreciate your consideration.
Thank you, Ms. Dwyer. And I have your statement. Maria Bastache.
Hello.
Good morning.
Good morning. Thank you so much for allowing me to be here. My name is Maria Bastache, and I am a founder of a small business here in the District of Columbia. We are called Playhouse, and we are a collective of artists, all of whom are queer artists from Washington, D.C. We are self-organized and self-funded. We have organized to create essentially a creative headquarters here in the district. This is for artists and for non-artists alike. And while we are currently a pop-up, our goal is to become a financially sustainable business. We currently don't have the time or the resources to be a 501c3, but we'll be totally open to that. But our goal is to be financially sustainable so that we can continue to host events, workshops, have space for working artists, provide income for working artists, and generally be this creative headquarters that we think DC so desperately needs. Not only am I an entrepreneur with a degree in applied economics, I'm also a multidisciplinary artist and designer. And I think that this provides a unique perspective, not only for my testimony, but for my general approach to problem solving. Our space, Playhouse, is asking the age-old question: why are working artists not financially valued in this current market? What externalities, positive or negative, arise as a result of this? And what business model could change this reality? We see a hole in the market, specifically here in Washington, D.C. We see that consumers are seeking more meaningful experiences that they would happily pay for. We see countless empty retail spaces all throughout the district that have remained empty year after year. And We see that artists, full-time working artists, have a specific and unique skill set that could be applied to solve all of these needs. Already in 2024, we have hosted the Mindful Drinking Festival this January in Union Market that had over 700 attendees. We employed countless artists and we had 50 businesses show up. In February alone, we've hosted over 22 events in the 29 days of the month. These have been everything from hosting the Heartbreakers Ball for Transformer Gallery, hosting sewing classes, stained glass making workshops, and art therapy groups. We believe that we could continue to do this if we had investment. We believe that we have an innovative approach to holding space for artists and for the community. I know that empowering artists is more than just creating a vibrant community and more than creating a beautiful cityscape. This is our city's superpower, if we can only recognize it. We believe that if you empower us, we can find a way to activate empty retail spaces, addressing issues of crime, economic issues, and providing sustainable work for full-time artists. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Bastish. And I do have your statement. Ashley J. Williams.
Good morning. My name is Ashley J. Williams. I'm a full-time freelance visual artist in Washington, D.C. I'm also the co-founder of the Model Mutiny. I am the art director at Playhouse, and I'm the founder of the Queer Art Salon. Through the generous funding of CAH, I've been able to exist as a working visual artist in Washington, D.C., in a city where studio space is a second rent, and rent is already astronomical. CAH has supported me in 2021, 2022, and 2023 with the fellowship grant, which is a general operating grant and allows me to supplement my art practice through supplies and paying myself for the time I spend creating art. Beyond that, it allows me to pay myself a portion of the hours I work supporting my art practice through accounting, advertising, content creation, photographing my work, updating and developing my website, engaging in client relations, networking, administrative work, scheduling, coordinating, project management, graphic design, being interviewed, writing artist statements, transporting art, fabricating, designing, and installing exhibits, grant writing, submitting grant and gallery and public art applications, stretching canvas, pursuing further education, social media management, event planning, curating, and hosting community events. I also make art. In 2020, I was completely out of work for the majority of the year. This was an incredibly difficult time for me where many of my working artist peers were having to leave DC en masse because it was not affordable without any income. This was the first year I received any funding from CAH in the form of the CAH-NEA CARES Act emergency grant. 2022, the Color the Curb Safety Asphalt Mural Program at Drew Elementary in Northeast DC, I was able to connect with students and execute a 3-session in-class lesson plan while working with Autumn Spears, the art teacher at that school. This allowed me to engage the community surrounding Drew Elementary. I still keep in touch with Autumn Spears, and I think there are lots of opportunities for artists to be compensated for bringing art into schools. I was able to hire 2 other muralists and pay them a guaranteed minimum, which offers artists more fair and secure compensation and is something I have never been offered myself. Between 2021 and 2022, I benefited from the CAH Relief and Recovery grants, which helped me sustain my art practice despite an inconsistent landscape of client work. In 2024, I was selected to exhibit 2 paintings in the juried exhibition grant show celebrating 60 years of civil rights. It is through this and many opportunities and conversations between artists, members of CAH that offer younger artists developmental benefits. This is incredibly important as many working artists did not go to art school, nor do they have the same business opportunities and connections this educational background provides. Upholding the baseline ethics at the foundation of my art practice while sustaining a working practice in Washington, D.C. is incredibly difficult. And funding from CAH has been crucial to my ability to do so. And in many instances, funding from CAH has given me the time and space and wherewithal to research and apply for funding outside of their organization. Artists are often a catalyst for community movement, improvement, and activating revolution. Without artists, we are left to trudge through a quicksand of oatmeal where everything blends together, and the aesthetics of the world surrounding us are dictated by corporations. The arts and humanities give society our humanity, and is one of the only human qualities that cannot truly be replicated by AI. Artists are necessary and crucial to any future worth existing in. Art saved me from a tumultuous childhood and is essential for the development of our children in DC. Thank you.
Thank you, and I have your statement as well, so thank you for that. I had a couple of questions for Mr. John Mason.
Hi there.
I did not understand, your testimony said that your budget is $109,000.
Correct.
I believe,
Approximately.
okay, I can barely hear you, by the way.
Approximately.
I heard you say, I can hear you, but you're soft. Your volume was a little louder earlier.
I'll speak up.
Oh, apparently there's a man behind the curtain who affected the volume. Thank you.
Okay.
So your budget is approximately 109,000. Last year, the council passed a limit saying that an organization couldn't get more than 50% of its budget if its budget was over some threshold of 150 or 250,000. So I don't understand why you're saying that your budget's going to be cut, your grant from the commission is going to be cut by half.
No,
Unless that's-
15%, not 50.
But that must be the commission's decision.
It was the commission. It was a change in the model for my understanding from my executive director, who was supposed to give this testimony but was not available, is that a change in the model of how the commission awards grants, as well as reduced spending, resulted in a reduction of what he believes will be approximately 15% this year.
All right, that sounds speculative. So let me repeat some facts. And I said this earlier to somebody else. In FY21, the year ending September 30th, 2021, which is what, 3 years ago? Not quite. The commission's budget was $34.5 million. Last year, that is the year that ended September 30th, 2023, the commission's budget was $45 million. For the current year, the commission's budget adopted by the council a little less than a year ago is $51 million. So we've increased funding. Some folks, not you, have suggested that we're not giving enough money for the arts, although the commission is one of the few entities that has dedicated funding. On a per capita basis, no other state comes close to what DC does in terms of funding for the arts. I mean, not even close. We did last year, the council adopted a limitation on how much could be granted for an organization with a budget over $115,000. A grant, a general operating grant, could not be more than 50% of their budget. If your budget is about 109,000, you're not affected by that.
Well, that's good to hear if that's the issue with the model change that my executive director is concerned about. And we do
Well,
appreciate the increased funding from the council, of course.
Let's be clear. There are decisions that are made by the commission. There are decisions that are made by the council. The council has adopted a budget. I've just went over the budget numbers. The council adopted that limitation on organizations over 115,000 can't get more than 50% of their budget in a grant. So if an organization has a budget of 120,000, they can't get a grant more than 60,000. That council did that. The council decided that there would be dedicated revenue to the commission. Any other decisions regarding grants are by the commission.
Of course.
I don't think I have any other questions for you, but Ms. Bastish, did you want to say something?
Yes, I had a question. Has there been any caps based off of because I know that we're basing budgets based off of the sales tax. So have there been any caps issued by the council to the commission that would cause them to have to reroute or reduce the predictions they were making for each fiscal year?
Not by the council. Now, let me say a little bit more, because there was a whisper in my ear. Last year, the mayor, when she proposed the budget, she didn't, I think the year before, she tried to repeal the dedicated tax, and the council rejected that. Last year, she proposed a 2% cap on the growth of the dedicated tax. So if the dedicated tax brings in $50 million this year, round number, it's actually not quite that much. But if the dedicated tax brings in 50 million, then next year, if sales tax to the city goes up by, let's say, 100%, the commission would only get, let's do a 51 million. So there's a cap there. Hold on, there also is, the council did legislate categories for grants. The numbers are a little weird, but that was a result of some back and forth without a change in the numbers. But the commission is limited in terms of its administrative costs. It cannot spend more than 17.2% of its budget on administrative costs, which means roughly 83% of its budget is for grants. And within that, there's an allocation, small cap, general operating, other arts, and humanities. So general operating grants are limited. I think it's a not less than 47.5% of its grant budget can go to general operating grants. And I'm pretty sure it's not less than. So if it wanted to do more, it could. But it has these other categories as well. I don't have any other questions for you all. I appreciate getting questions. So thank you, those of you who are here, thank you for being in person. I'm going to call the rest of the public witnesses. Gloria Hightower. Any of these other people showing up? Amy Austin. Who else? Let me go through some other names here. I believe not showing up yet, Nicole Lewis, Jenny Billfield, Paul Spires, Paul Marengo, Alfred Harrison, Charles Hopkins, Robin Lingo, Aaliyah Ibikunle, Eric Richardson. That's you.
That is correct.
Saray Yosef, Amy Bormet, Ellen Melgario is online. All right, so let's work our way through this. Ms. Hightower, good morning.
Anytime I'm before you, Chairman, I am very elated. And as a proud native who's about to be 67 years of age on April the 6th, I was going to speak via Zoom, but because of the new and valued and very, very open Commission of the Arts and Humanities, I was compelled to move fast and get down to 1350. So allow me to speak. First, The Friends of Carter Barron Foundation for the Performing Arts, hereinafter known as the Friends Group, extends our utmost appreciation for the Council of the Whole for our nonprofit in 2022 to acquire the first reissued earmark via your leadership, at-large member Robert White's leadership, and the Ward 4 legislator, Council Member Janice Lewis George, supporting a treasured and beloved federal presidential living monument that is a gift remaining in the nation's capital, unlike any other entertainment venue today, with historic purpose and value, once called the Sesquicentennial and today the Carter Barron Amphitheater. Next, we are proud to share how our mission statement became authenticated by the United States Library of Congress in 2022, after the Friends Group established in 1988 with a twofold: to assist NPS with now the reopening and preservation of Carter Barron, to provide performing arts, workforce educational initiatives to DC inspiring secondary youth to ensure high school completions, work readiness, basic fundamental skills, on to hands-on career proficient outcomes that lead them into post-secondary or advanced vocational placements. Today, this morning, the Friends are near finalizing the design of the first national TV event to be in the heart of the District of Columbia via the partnership of TV One, the one and only Commission of the Arts and Humanities, OCTFME, and Events DC at the BET First Sound Stage in the district, for the sole purposes of ensuring a nationwide public awareness and a major creative funding economy for Carter Barron, costing at an average of $1 million for the event alone. However, our advocacy, soon to kick off with the President of the United States, along with continuing with the United States Congress, will serve to open those closed doors, closed since March the 1st, 2017. Now, in meeting this objective, we, the Friends Group, must work with the Commission of the Arts and Humanities for the second outstanding time. Unlike decades ago, based on their competence, citywide funding equalities to all forms and disciplines, and the host of cultural enrichment, education, and entertainment for the 21st century. May the record reflect to you, Chairman Mendelson, our third term mayor, Lady Bowser, commendation for your selection of Mr. Reggie Van Lee, highly known and respected in the arts capital of the world, New York City. Lord have mercy. And the executive director, Mr. Aaron Myers, and his technical but down-to-earth welcoming staff members.
Ms. Hightower, you're 1:20 over, so if
Can you
could
give me,
wrap
let's
it up.
2 more minutes? And I mean,
How
one more.
about one more minute?
One more, thank you, sir. Let me move it very, very fast, sir. In addition, hats off to the board placement of my former council member, Jack Evans, as the newly incoming commissioner, who brings value to the commission and its open door services and funding options for overdue arts programs with emphasis on Ward 7, 8, and 5, as Lady Cora Masterberry have profoundly indicated. As we close, the Friends Group is unable to exclude the professional support for the last 2 years from Director LaToya Foster at OCTFME, Directors Angie Gates and Theresa DeBoth, both at the Washington Convention Center Authority. But in closing, all 3 of these agencies, council member, please, Chairman, needs in-house funding, accountable access, without having to rely solely on the Office of Contracts and Procurement. And that ends my testimony. And thank you so much for the extended time.
Thank you, Ms. Hightower. And it's good to see you. Amy Austin? Please
Good morning.
proceed. Good morning.
I'm Amy Austin. I'm President and CEO of Theater Washington. Thanks for the opportunity to be here today to talk about the DC Commission on Arts and Humanities and how well they support organization and artists and some unmet needs. We deeply and I fully appreciate how much funding is given by the District of Columbia to arts organization, having the largest per capita and really dedicating funds to the arts is very appreciated. Mission of Theater Washington is to support, strengthen, recognize, and celebrate our theater community. We do this in various ways. We have programs including Taking Care, which gives funds to individual artists, a Theater Week, Theater Summit, Theater Work, and the Helen Hayes Awards, along with convening and shared trainings. We are grateful for the Commission to support one of the few service organizations dedicated to strengthening the arts in Washington. It's no secret that the performing arts industry was hit hard during the pandemic and continues to face difficult hardships with a long road to recovery. It's a very collaborative community, and we pride ourselves on continuing with those strong collaborations. Unfortunately, the box office numbers continue to show a slow audience return and unpredictable last-minute ticket buying decisions, so there's a much uncertainty in planning what is often 50% of a theater's budget. Despite careful controls, COVID continues to be a force that will cancel rehearsals and performances. And these factors have meant that the theaters are facing significant budget deficits that will probably go on for 3 to 5 years. Our member theaters are finding unique and innovative ways to rebuild audiences, but we cannot solve these problems within a year or two. We understand the landscape, so we do not assume that things will return as they were in the past without support and more planning. So we need more of the city's financial backing than ever before. So the unmet needs that I came here to discuss is that we get funding aligned with the organizational budgets and the unpredictability that have led to fluctuations in the last few years, including when the funds will be distributed. We'd like to further tie the amount of money that is given to organizations to their full budget size and the number of 1099 contracted workers that they have, because what we're also facing is a great loss in the number of productions and therefore the number of the artists that are contracted, leading to a decline in our community. We need more supplementing operating support for the communities. We also would like to suggest that the council, noting that I'm over time, provide an increase in a marketing budget that could support the entire theater industry. You have the rest of my testimony on record, and I appreciate your time today.
Thank you, Ms. Austin. Mr. Richardson.
Hello, and thank you for the opportunity to share this testimony. I'm Eric E. Richardson, the supervising producer at Washington Performing Arts. I extend my gratitude to Mayor Bowser, Chairman Mendelson, the DC City Council, DCCA Chairman Reggie Van Lee, Executive Director Aaron Myers, and the staff and commissioners for their unwavering support of the arts through the critical, dedicated funding and grant making. Today, I'd like to illustrate how dedicated funding has played a pivotal role in supporting and stabilizing our community. Public funding for the arts channeled through DCCAH has served as a catalyst for essential arts programming and education that not only has brought people back together, but has also nurtured the spirits and minds of our audiences and our students. This funding has interjected renewed vitality into our neighborhoods, partner organizations and businesses, reactivating buildings and their surroundings, a crucial boost for our downtown areas, as well as the economy So as the economy reboots, it is important that we continue this. This funding has provided significant capacity building for numerous emerging organizations, fostering impactful mission-based work that uplifts the people, the art, the beauty of our local culture. Moreover, these funds have facilitated employment for artists and staff who are DC taxpayers, contributing to the ongoing rental of offices, performance venues, rehearsal spaces, and storage facilities. Yet, as we navigate the ongoing phases of what is to become and assess the latest economic impact on our field and our community, we find ourselves at the starting line of what we recognize as a multi-year recovery. The recovery of the arts is inseparable from the economy recovery of our broader community. It mirrors the challenges that we face in addressing how we move forward. Nevertheless, here are some key highlights where funding and grant making from DCCAH has been impactful to Washington Performing Arts. In our general operating expenses, funding from the agency has supported our general operating expenses, including artist fees for Mars Arts DC artists, payments to our local teaching artists, working with schools, senior communities, vocal coaches for our Children of the Gospel Choir, and staff salaries and rent. In addition to that, a grant allowed our website to be redesigned in 2023, enhancing our online presence and accessibility. The educational initiatives include being able to offer field trips related to our Family Arts Moments programming, Finding Rhythm, Grow Your Brain with Go-Go Music, as well as enriching education experiences for our community. Additionally, rent relief in a grant allowed us to provide crucial rent relief support, helping us maintain our physical space and during challenging times. That is very important. And also in our Mars Arts DC program, funding has supported the program, which is Washington Performing Arts Signature Community Engagement Initiative. And through this program, we present and elevate dynamic vibrancy in the local arts community, business economy across all 8 wards where we present performances, educational outreach, and a variety of other things. This has provided us the distinct performance opportunity with artists in residency, signature education programs, and this initiative not only benefits the artists, but it benefits the DC community, showcasing the uniqueness and the beauty of the district. This collective support has been instrumental in our ability to continue providing diverse and impactful programming for both the people of DC, which benefits the greater community. Particularly during the recent years when ticket sales and other revenue streams face challenges due to patron caution during the pandemic, this funding has been a lifeline for sustaining our mission. In conclusion, we sincerely appreciate the commitment of CAH to the arts, recognizing our profound impact in our communities as our well-being and recovery are underway. Thank you.
Thank you. I don't have a copy of your statement. If you could provide that, please.
Will do.
Ellen Melchareo, my apologies.
Hi there. Not a problem. My name is Eileen, and I've been a professional jazz singer since I was 15. I've toured the world performing at renowned venues with world-class musicians. And during the 13 years that I've now lived here, I've been blessed to perform at institutions like the Kennedy Center, Blues Alley, and I've collaborated with electronic music giants Thievery Corporation, who originally hailed from DC. I'm here today to testify in support of raising the budget of the DC Commission on the Arts and Humanities. The commission is in need of more support so they can hire more employees. The additional employees are needed to offer more assistance to grant applicants as well as grant recipients. The application process itself is lengthy and complex. So is also the process of receiving grant funds after a grant has been awarded. It simply can't be overstated how important more employees will be to the commission, in particular because it wishes to expand its grant programming, which in turn takes more manpower. The current sales tax revenue cap placed on the commission needs to be removed so that its budget can grow in tandem with the city and the community at large, which not only benefits from the art the commission supports, but the city growth itself brings with it a demand for more art and the artists who create it. In addition, new artists arrive to the district every day who will also seek the support of institutions like the commission and its grant programs. So more money is needed. Some of us depend heavily on this yearly stipend, not only to continue doing our work, but even to be able to remain here in the area. In fact, it's only possible to receive most of the grants offered by the commission if you clearly demonstrate the impact and benefit your art or organization will have on the community. Traditionally, the application and grants process has led to a number of marginalized artists and arts communities being left out of funding each year, which the commission is now actively seeking to change by making its grants program more equitable and accessible. However, this also requires more manpower and more funding. The DC arts community is amazing and vibrant, and I can attest to this as having lived all over the world, performed all over the world, etc. But DC can only keep raising the bar on its arts community if institutions like the commission continue to receive enthusiastic support. So please do everything in your power to keep the DC area arts community thriving and shining as a beacon of the true diversity and cultural brilliance that this nation's capital has to offer. Please increase the overall budget of the commission so that its impact can be far-reaching, even further than it has been in years past. And I just wanted to add that inflation does exist and it affects everyone. As we all know, rent in and of itself, whether that's commercial or individual, is very high in this area. And support is given in part to affect all of these kind of things. And I have to also just say that in the last 40 years, what a musician such as myself tends to make on an average gig or performance that we may do in a restaurant or bar or club at times remains around the $100 mark, which has not changed in the last 40 years, but rents, et cetera, have. So thank you very much for allowing me to give testimony. Appreciate it.
Thank you. And if you can, it would help to give us a copy of your statement.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. I don't think I have any questions for any of you. Thank you very much. Thank you for being in person, and I have your statements, those who are here in the room. Thank you to everyone. We're going to turn now to the chair of the commission, Reggie Van Lee, and the executive director, Aaron Myers. Good morning. When you're ready. Your microphone.
Sorry, though my notes say good afternoon, I can say good morning. Good morning,
Yes.
Chairman Mendelson, members of the committee staff, and council members. I'm Reggie Van Lee, Chairman of the Commission on the Arts and Humanities, CAH. Thank you for this opportunity to update the council on the commission's work during the past fiscal year. During FY 2023, the commissioners have been focused on enhancing the efficiency of the grant-making process by taking steps to transform the agency into a highly efficient, paperless grant-making entity, developing a procedure that includes a timely implementation and systematic approach to grant allocation, creating programs, events, and festivals that attract residents and tourists to the district, and beginning the process of launching a dedicated foundation that will assist arts organizations that require capacity building and technical support. This foundation will possess a commitment to nurturing a diverse and vibrant arts ecosystem, supporting these entities at their various stages of growth and development. The commission is also looking to expand the District of Columbia's creative reach by organizing an international arts showcase that will result in the revitalization of the downtown area. Market research shows that art fairs are significant economic drivers for cities. One of the most attended and well-run art showcases is that of Art Basel Miami Beach. Their local economists estimate Art Basel has an annual economic impact of anywhere between $400 million and $500 million a year. This revenue is a direct result of the business that includes hotel stays, ride share, restaurants, and event venues. During our meetings at Art Basel in Florida, we learned firsthand how a showcase of this magnitude is planned, organized, and implemented. Art Basel Miami Beach features a week-long onslaught of programs with artwork from leading art galleries from 5 continents, as well as a host of fairs, special exhibitions, and receptions. We saw the steps that went into planning such a large event, and we've begun the initial steps of coordinating a similar event here in the district. We began and continue to conduct several stakeholder meetings, allowing us to obtain input or buy-in, if you will, from the local artists who are the expected likely participants in a district art week, as well as engaging with other government agencies. Our vision of an Art Week DC 2025 features an art fair, festival, or biennale, creating an event that is on somewhat different scale than an Art Basel, but accomplishes the same results and is unique to the district. The commission is expecting to request an RFP between $150,000 and $250,000 for a consultant to refine that vision soon. In January, the commission created an ad hoc committee led by Commissioner Chase Maggiano to facilitate the process of establishing a foundation, totally separate from the commission, as a direct response from the arts community for additional funding. This committee consists of both commissioners and members from the community and assumes the task of exploring the creation or partnership with a private community arts foundation, and will seek legal clarity on what kinds of relationships may be developed with a private art foundation possessing these characteristics. Our commissions have done research on this issue and learned this model is not unique. It is based on other cities that currently have private foundations with broadly aligned goals with city arts agencies, but are totally independent. A similar model locally is the DC Public Library Foundation that maintains a working relationship with the DC Public Library system, but is entirely separate and apart from the DC Public Library. This work does not overlap with the work of CAH, but is an attempt to fill the existing gap in funding for those organizations that are not nonprofits and would otherwise be unable to qualify for any of the current CAH grants, as well as potential funding for a DC International Arts event that I spoke about earlier. The committee is expected to produce detailed recommendations on the functionality of the relationship between CAH and the proposed foundation by the October 2024 CAH meeting. The goal is to have this project completed soon. In addition to the committee that is currently working on the creation of a foundation, the commissioners have also formed an Inclusion, Diversity, Equity, and Access, IDEA, committee to address any possible flaws in our grant awarding process that may overlook nonprofits led by women, people of color, and people with disabilities. Led by Commissioner Cicely Habimana, the IDEA committee is hard at work mapping out a plan to promote fairness and inclusivity in the allocation of grants. One of the committee's most promising endeavors is an application of specific procedures requiring diversity data in mid-year reports for organizations, boards, staff, and consultants. This policy is immediately scheduled for implementation within the next cycle of grant applications. Finally, we'd like the council to reconsider the restrictions that were implemented following passage of the Budget Support Act last year. We're asking for these revisions after hearing from the artistic community through the results of a survey issued by the commission. The first suggested revision to the BSA we'd like to put before the council is a language that established a minimum award for a large capital project grant for facility improvement at $900,000. The commission recommends that the minimum award amount start at $500,000 instead. Feedback from the survey informed us that many organizations would never encounter a $900,000 project. Additionally, this adjustment will resolve the gap of project award sizes between large capital project grants and the capital projects grant. Another part of the legislation that the commission is asking the council to reconsider is a section that requires ownership of a property or a lease of at least 30 years before a CH grant may be awarded for improvements. We're suggesting, regardless of the lease term, that the criteria should also permit applicants who intend to own a facility upon completion of the project. Again, from our survey, we learned that 60% of the respondents were hoping to use the awarded grant facility funding for facility purchases, the largest project most of these organizations will pursue. The last issue we'd like to address from the BSA is that approved projects will improve a facility with a tax valuation of at least $1 million. Our recommendation is that the amount should be lowered to $500,000. Again, our survey respondents, primarily those in Ward 7 and 8, are concerned because their property does not meet the $1 million tax valuation threshold. Due to circumstances beyond their control, they would be deemed ineligible to apply for the largest CAH grant. As you may have noticed, our commissions have been hard at work, collaborative, and focusing on accomplishing the needs of our creative community, as well as expanding the district's artistic reach across the country. Our aim is to expand that reach worldwide. We appreciate the committee's support of our work, and thank you for the opportunity to testify today. I look forward to answering any questions committee members may have. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Van Lee. Mr. Myers.
Good morning, Chairman Mendelson and members of the committee staff, and council members. I'm Aaron Myers, Executive Director of the Commission on Arts and Humanities, and I want to thank you for the opportunity to present to you the agency's previous accomplishments, as well as some of our proposed FY 2025 goals. Entering the recovery and revitalization mode in our city, it's important to remember that during COVID-19 pandemic, the arts and cultural sector was one of the hardest hit industries, with venue closures, reduced staff, and dramatically adjusted reprogramming. As a full-time independent artist, I felt it firsthand. I witnessed CAH host a series of online community engagement programs. The goal for these events was to provide resources, professional development, professional learning, and network opportunities for district artists and arts and humanities organizations in a virtual setting. Among the virtual events were 2 tele-town halls, 7 business of the arts workshops, 6 CAH in the community presentations, 4 artist showcases, and 4 DC Art Beat podcast interviews. In addition to the virtual program, CAH awarded nearly $29 million in grants to district artists and organizations throughout all 8 wards. As the District of Columbia continues to recuperate from the pandemic, its art scene is once again beginning to thrive. As we gain our footing in a return to normalcy, CAH has a goal of leading the post-pandemic recovery of the district's nonprofit arts and culture sector by playing an important role in the area's broader economic and renewal efforts. Last year, CAH resumed many of its in-person projects, events, and festivals. For an example, the agency supported the World Cultural Festival, the Art All Night activation in Canal Park in conjunction with an open house for the CAH Gallery, the 2023 Art Bank finalists, and a grantee meet and greet, just to name a few of our programs. The commission kicked off 2024 with the launch of the Legacy Civil Rights at 60 themed exhibition that commemorates the 60th anniversary of President Lyndon B. Johnson's signing of the Civil Rights Act of 1964. The juried events features the work of approximately 50 of our grantees whose designs represent some phase of the social justice movement. The event began with a press conference that featured our very own Commissioner Court Masters Berry and Dr. Terrence Roberts of the Little Rock Nine. The opening reception lured at least 300 people to the CAH Gallery to view the exhibit and network with some of the featured artists. In coordination with the exhibit, on February 8th, our Public Arts Department held an artist panel discussion with some of the Legacy Civil Rights 60 exhibitors to explain their inspiration for their artistic creations. Again, the CAH Gallery was completely filled for this event. Coming up this Friday, March 1st, our Public Arts Department will hold another panel discussion and reception to close out the exhibition. That will include John Miles Lewis, son of civil rights activist John and Lillian Lewis, and DC civil rights attorney Edie Ford, who brought forth the racial discrimination case against the U.S. Department of Agriculture in William versus Vilsack. You may have already received your invitation via email. On the heels of this successful event, CAH Public Arts is partnering with Child and Family Services Agency to launch a new exhibition in mid-March. In addition to the CAH events that they have created, there's also a multitude of grants that both Public Arts and the official grants department has distributed. In 2023, the agency continued the trend of expanding the granting process to those individuals and organizations that have not previously received funding from the commission. We have done this by holding stakeholder meetings that allow us to assist prospective grantees, in the training of the grant application process and how to accurately maneuver the district integrated financial system, DIFS, that so many previous grantees are struggling to navigate. In 2023, the Public Arts Department issued almost 1.7 million in grant funding, while the Grants Department issued almost 33 million, and the agency is on track to issue even more dollars in grant funding in FY 2024. While CAH, our budgetary and programmatic increases are largely due to the success in our administering of grants, our internal infrastructure support has not kept pace with that growth. CAH is now faced with a must-hire situation if we are to continue to improve project delivery performance, achieve overall organizational efficiency, and boost staff morale. We're down 4 grant managers. The grant staff is burning the candle at both ends. Please keep in mind that grant manager duties are not limited to the management of active projects, but are also comprised of assisting applicants, preparing application materials, preparing materials for commission meetings, and addressing compliance concerns. These tasks have been coupled with an increasing project workload that has overextended CAH grant managers. Additionally, the average number of grants given for an acceptable grantee portfolio is approximately 65 grantees. Our grant managers are averaging in excess of 100 grantees per individuals, understanding that grantees may have multiple projects. Although our grant managers are performing a yeoman's job, the factors that I have outlined are impeding their ability to proactively manage grants, leading to the delays in the distribution process. Our grant managers have overextended their capacity to effectively perform their primary duties. Statistics from GUT and UX market data report shows that overworked employees, those working approximately 55 hours a week or more, have an increased risk of stroke of 35% and an increased risk of heart disease of 17%. I want to thank these grant managers for all their hard work, because the successes that we have achieved could not have been made possible without them. I have promised them more grant managers to lighten their load with your assistance. I would also like to thank the rest of the CAH staff, many of whom have chipped in to assist and whose dedication I greatly appreciate. As far as the artistic community we serve, CAH has learned that there is a shortage of creative space for members of the creative community. To resolve this issue, CAH has strategically partnered with councils of bids to pair artists and arts organizations with property owners who have vacant space across all 8 wards. The commission is also engaged in an interagency collaboration with the Deputy Mayor of Planning and Economic Development, DMPED, and the Department of Small and Local Business, DSLBD, to deploy a space survey initiated by the commission in response to our grantees. CAH will also assist in the development of a census and survey of the arts community, starting with music. We have partnered with Sound Music Cities to gather data that is beneficial to the district as we work to help support this industry. Now, as for the upcoming fiscal year, CAH is creating a strategic plan that allows for a more diverse and inclusive grant awarding process. This includes establishing pods in the community to establish better outreach and local organizations and faith-based leaders, as well as upgrading our panelist preparation, creating a category or direct grants financial support specifically for disabled, BIPOC, LGBTQ+, arts administrators, and organizers. We are also helping those smaller organizations grow by evaluating the feasibility of using different formulas, but the same selection criteria. To ensure these programs are implemented, CAH has hired a diversity and inclusion professional who is experienced and knowledgeable about these processes. These are only a few of the many goals that CAH is looking to reach in the next fiscal year. It is for this reason that critical investments and resources are needed to maintain the high standards that have been set by this agency, meaning additional staff to implement these much-needed programs and the increase in the current CAH budget that we are proposing. Any budget cuts would be detrimental to the agency's performance and hinder implementation of these much-needed programs. We appreciate the committee's strong support of our work, and we thank you for the opportunity to testify today. I look forward to answering any question committee members may have. I would also note that during our transition here, we have we do not have our resource allocation officer. We have one who just started, but we do have a representative from the CFO's office.
Thank you, Mr. Myers. Thank you, Mr. Van Lee. Thank you, everybody behind you works for the commission. I'm going to actually pick up on something you said near the end of your testimony, Mr. Myers, where you said any budget cuts would be detrimental to the agency's performance. Several witnesses testified in objection to the budget being cut. The mayor hasn't even submitted a budget. As you know, there's dedicated funding. The sales tax has gone up. So I don't, is the commission the source of this unease in the community that the budget's being cut?
Not only the commission is the source, I believe the thoughts of the cap that has been put on to us and other independent agencies is something that is concerning the cap to our growth as far as the 5% that we get, the 102%.
This was the cap that the mayor proposed last
Yes.
year. The council was only able to remove it in the outside the financial plan, but that's still a growth. That's not a cut. Quote, any budget cuts, unquote.
Well,
That's not a cut.
well, not only that, I mean, we did add money or move money or shift money to another program, I think the large cap program that we have here, that also took money from what we would be doing possibly with the other programs that we have allocated. in
I
our
don't think
budget.
that's correct either, because remember, we had very weird percentages in order to meet the dollars, which minimized, in fact, did not reduce the grants. For instance, in FY '23, $20 million was budgeted for general operating support. And with the weird 47.48%, 20 million was budgeted for general operating support. That's not a cut.
If I may, I think the issue is each year, the number of grantees we serve has increased significantly, both in money to existing grantees and the new grantees. So an anticipated budget that reflects trying to meet the need of our grantees is one that will grow more than the cap that has been placed on us. I think that's what people are anticipating, that problem, and to hold our
But
funding,
that's still not a
if I may, to hold our funding as we have in the past, we've had to go into our coffers, and our coffers can only last so long, the fund balance. So I think people who understand the process, understand that given the growth we've had, and given the growth that we need to meet the growing needs of our constituents, given the cap, it's not going to be possible for us to continue to support people at that level. That's what
It's
people
still
are
not a
saying.
cut, Mr. Van
You can
Lee.
use the terminology you wish, but our grantees are concerned that in order for us to meet their needs going forward, we will not be able to meet their needs because of the cap.
Okay, so Mr. Van Lee, not to push back too hard, but I don't appreciate the council being criticized for cutting the budget. Quote, any budget cuts. A cut is a reduction. To limit the growth, which is what the mayor proposed last year, is not a cut. And we don't yet know what the mayor is going to propose for next year. So it's
And
hard
if
to
there are
say
no
that,
cuts, then we're
again, we
fine.
have
Yes.
cut.
If there are no cuts, we're fine.
I'm sorry.
If there are no cuts, we're fine.
Let me ask this question. I'll begin with this. We sent our questions to you late. Most of the questions you'd gotten earlier in draft form. We sent the final version of questions late. I appreciate that you turned them around. So I'll own that we were late in getting them to you. Looking at that, if I remember correctly, the number of positions you have for grants, grant managers, grant staff is actually down 4 from last year, even though the budget for the agency shows an additional an additional 7 FTEs. So in FY '22, you had 31 FTEs. Approved for this year is 45. That's a difference of 15. Last year was 38, but you have fewer grant people.
Yes, in the BSA last year, in the committee notes, when the vote happened, we had proposed that we would be able to hire at least 7 grant managers. And there was a restriction put there that limited the amount of grant managers specifically that we could hire. And so that left us down 4 grant managers that we needed. It may have been a mistake or something not intentional, I'm not sure.
But that doesn't change the fact that the number of FTEs has increased in the agency. So
Yes.
it is your choice whether those new positions are grant managers or other
It
positions.
was not our choice.
No, in the language for the BSA, we were restricted by the amount of grant managed specifically.
You have to show me that language.
Yes, we can give you
It
that
says
language.
the commission is restricted in the number of grant managers.
It was granular to grant managers. So what the staff positions that we have hired have been staff positions that have been hopefully able to support the agency in many other ways, dealing
But
with our
that's,
events.
I think that's the point here, is that that's a choice.
Well, it was not our choice. What we would have liked to have done was to have hired more grant managers to help with the pace of the growth and the need of the agency.
And hire other positions as well.
Right, so we did hire what we could
Let's be
hire.
clear here, that
Yes.
the commission has grown in FTEs from 31 in 2022 to 45 in this year. That's budgeted FTEs. That's an increase of 50%. Now, you chose where those positions would be. and
No,
you could
no, no, no,
argue-
no, no, no.
Not true.
We were restricted with the amount of grant managers that we could hire. Otherwise, we would have hired 4 more grant managers that would have been able to help us keep up with pace.
4 more on top of, so your argument is that instead of being budgeted at 45, you should have been budgeted at 49.
No, we're saying that if we could have allocated those positions as we would have wished, some of those other positions we would not have filled, and we would have filled those grant managers positions.
Right,
But,
that's
but
news to
the
me.
notes told us we can only hire so many grant managers.
Right.
We would have liked the ability to say, here's the number of FTEs you can increase and give us the opportunity to allocate that based on our needs. We were not given that in the grant category in particular.
All right, well, that's news to me that you weren't given that opportunity, but there was some back and forth. I don't
Yes.
recall you're saying to us, well, we'll go to 45 and we need 19 grant managers.
Well, we did, when we
did.
did bring that up to you, it was too late because the vote had already happened, once we
Yeah,
brought that
well.
up. So once we
Okay,
realized
there
we
were 2
didn't,
weeks between the votes, and I met with you before the first vote, as I recall.
well, that was not brought up in the first meeting, what we had before. That wasn't even brought up as an issue. We were surprised to see that the limitation happened in that time span. And once we did notice that it was an issue and we reached out, it was too late because the first vote had already taken place.
We were prepared to staff it with the total number given in the way that made sense for us. We were not allowed to do that on the grant category. We were told specifically how many increases in grant managers we could do, which was news to us. That is
Yeah.
not something that has happened traditionally. So
Okay, we're just going back and forth here. When the council adopted the budget, you had 2 weeks between first reading and second reading. I met with you all before the first reading. You had a sense that we were going to take term positions, which are one-time funded, term positions. I don't recall a discussion where you said, within the 45, we'd rather have somebody be grant managers. I
No,
don't recall that
Well,
discussion.
but in the first
And you
discussion.
just said that you actually came to us after the budget was voted on, which is a little bit late. But there's also the ability to reprogram. I mean, I have some flexibility here to work with you all. So I'm just, it's easy to blame the council, but the fact of the matter is that your number of FTEs has gone up by 50% from 31 to 45. All right, that's not quite 50%. in 2 years, and I'm getting complaints that there aren't enough grant managers. And so where did those 15 positions go? Well, they went to someplace other than grant managers, but I'm being told that grant managers isn't enough, and somehow it's our fault that we prevented you
Yes,
from
the
hiring a
grant-
grant manager.
The grant manager positions, we were, again, I'm not sure how else to say it. So when we first met, there was no indication given to us before the first reading that what we had proposed in the type of support we needed in the realm of grant managers was even being considered being cut at all. Once the first vote had happened and this was made, we were made aware of this, we drew a concern. We did state that what we would do, we would try to mitigate that issue the best we could during this year. So we went through our contractors to see if the contractors could be able to support us, knowing they would not be able to give us the full support that we would need, but they would be able to help us mitigate the issue the best that we could. So there were other positions. Mind you, when this agency was created and the extra money was given, the dedicated tax was given, there was no scale plan put in place for this agency so that it could pace from an infrastructure standpoint, along with the budget and the people that it was trying to support. What I have done coming on board is try to help meet the need of filling positions so that they can meet the needs of the agency based upon the budget that they now support, and mitigate the issue with the reduced or the restriction in the amount of grant managers that we could have. We did not anticipate that there were grant managers or that the council may, from a granular level, restrict the specific department or the people that we needed in regard to grant managers to support the work that we did. With that happening, we did lean on some contractors, but that was not the same support that we really needed. We needed grant managers that were FTEs. So we would love the opportunity to be able to hire not only whom we want to hire, but to put them in positions we believe would best support the agency. I think that reduction, or I think it may have been a negotiation, I'm not sure. I don't think it was anticipated the ramifications it would have had upon the agency. And so we were already understaffed when it came to grant managers to begin with. And when we had more outreach, more applicants, more money, we have been trying to meet the need of the general public. And with that reduction or that specific restriction, it really impeded our ability to not only move grants in the way that we wanted to move, but I believe the weight it put on each one of our grant managers is a bit untenable. So I believe we can work together.
If I could add something, so the increase that we needed in FTEs really reflected how understaffed we were to begin with. So any number of positions, all of these events we had no event staff. We had to hire event staff. We didn't have a DEI person in staff. We had to hire 2 people there. So the increase may have seemed large, but it was a function of we were under-resourced to begin with. But in the grants category in particular, with the increase in our grants, we needed those extra positions. And if we have the flexibility, if you give us a number we can hire and give us the opportunity to staff that as we make sense, we can eradicate the problem. We would not give that opportunity in the grants category.
Mr. Myers, when did you start as the executive director?
April 6th.
So it was actually in the middle of the budget process.
My hearing, my confirmation hearing happened the day of the budget oversight hearing.
Councilmember Henderson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good afternoon.
Thank you.
I'm trying to follow along because I don't see anything in the Budget Support Act, so I'm in terms of limiting, but that's neither here nor there. I have a few questions I wanted to ask about. One issue that interestingly has come up that I've heard from a number of arts organizations is around the limitation that was put on the commission in terms of an organization not being able to receive a grant that's more than 50% of the organization's budget. These are a couple of these organizations are out of school time organizations. They serve children. In fact, one of the young people testified last night about their experience with DC Strings. And I'm curious, it hasn't been in effect that long, but I wanted to give you an opportunity to speak to the impact that that has had in terms of some of your longstanding grantees.
Yeah, the data that we have does not show that limiting the amount of GOS funding toward organizations, especially smaller art organizations, actually helps them, will help them grow or help them reach the desired clients and the public they're hoping to reach. What we have seen is that the GOS money, the money that we have offered to these organizations, they've done predominantly two things. They have used it for payroll. That means to hire staff, whether it's 1099 workers or to hire skilled workers as FTE people, or to increase the programming. Now, increasing the programming and hiring staff accomplishes both of the goals of the city right now as far as revitalization is concerned. So the programming that we see for many of these smaller organizations are in neighborhoods that are throughout the entire city that have a positive impact. Those, for instance, if you have a dance company that has 60 or 40 people who are rehearsing 4 days a week, they come, they drive into the neighborhood, they eat, they drink, they support, and if they have events, they draw people to a neighborhood that was otherwise people would not be coming to, in a sense. That is reflected also in larger art organizations. The difference is that many of the larger art organizations already have the infrastructure to be able to do many of the things that these smaller organizations would not be able to do unless we were able to give them the funding. Sometimes it's in excess of 50% of what their budget is. I think the other piece of this is that the restriction also included if these organizations received any other type of public funds. So we could only from any other agency. From any other agency. So that means that we could give 50% of your budget less than any other public funds that have been given to you. So that further reduced the amount of support that we could offer
Right.
to the.
So if we took an
organizations.
organization like DC Strings, who would also be receiving funding from the Office of Out of School Time, then that would reduce whatever they're able to get from you all as well.
Yes.
Okay, I think that's important to sort of double upon that. As someone who, I know yesterday, Mr. Chairman made a comment about all of the extracurricular activities that I did when I was younger. Violin was one, orchestra was another, chorus, gavel club, etc. But the point being is that those were CBO organizations that were doing all of this. And so when you have that, these additional limitations that are stacking,
Right.
because I don't think a lot of people realize that the stacking could certainly have another impact on that as well.
And also note that there's spaces when with the public school system where there have been certain cuts made that these organizations usually pick up from where these young people would like normally not have any access to any type of art exposure whatsoever if it were not for these organizations being in these spaces.
Correct. Okay. Okay. I'm interested to learn more about the space survey that you all have been conducting. How far along is the commission in this process?
We have populated the survey. We have worked along with both DSLBD, DMPED. The only thing that we're working on now is the repository. And so once we know how the data can be collected and then aggregated, that information would be going to all of the council and to all of our public partners, both in government and then also on the private side. So I think our goal is that through this survey, we won't have to wonder how the arts could possibly help revitalize downtown and other commerce sectors here in the city.
Okay. So in terms of timeline of it being launched, what's the goal? Oh,
We're hoping within 2 weeks.
within
That
2
is-
weeks.
That's our goal.
Okay. And is this something that would be an annual ongoing survey?
I think we would know whether it would be annual once we get the data from the first one. Right now, we're uncertain, other than the people who've done public testimony at our commission meetings, as to the desire or the need for space or the want for space. I think once we get this data, we will know exactly how we are to track it. Maybe it's something we do every other year.
Yep.
Maybe it's something we do every year. I think how we get the task force to take the data and then act upon the data will determine how we would then follow up.
Yep. And have you had conversations with Deputy Mayor Alpert and
Yes.
the co-chairs of the task force in terms of,
Yes.
I guess you all would be around the, well, I missed the particular category, but whichever one that Angie Gates and Director Reyes Gavilan might be leading. I think that might be your node around. They're trying to do the activations.
Our chair has been, it was at
Yes.
that
I
initial
was at
meeting.
that initial meeting, yes. So we are
Okay.
represented in that context.
Yeah.
All right. In terms of space though, are we thinking non-traditional? So, I mean, in that, right, there's lots of retail first floor space, which you're not getting any foot traffic now, it could very easily be a pop-up gallery space, a pop-up whatever, what have you, getting some foot traffic in. Also offering some studio space to artists for whom it's difficult for them to perhaps pay the full rent for an area. But again, it could help with the foot traffic.
In the
So-
meeting that I attended, we were thinking very broadly
Okay.
about all sorts of ways to use that space. And not to, give people what they don't need, but, something is better than nothing.
Right.
And so we want to be aggressive in figuring out how do we make it work.
We were given some tours by both the downtown bid and also the Golden Triangle bid. And what we were and the Georgetown bid. And what we were looking at is not only the first floor space, which is great in some spaces for galleries when we think of hanging paintings and this, that, and the other, but we have to look at also the spaces upstairs as well. There's a lot of organizations that have never had space and they want space. And they want to have office space. They want to have any type of, even some black box theaters usually operate in non-traditional space that may not be on the first floor.
Right.
Sometimes the only impediment are, you remember, the columns. And so the going notion is that it's $1 million per column to move. But in some non-traditional or some, my mind is going
Like
since
improv
COVID.
groups
Yeah,
and-
things of that nature would be able to use those types of spaces. And it wouldn't require that type of investment in getting rid of columns and things of that nature.
Okay.
And also looking at pop-up, we're looking at pop-ups not in the notion of like 2 or 3 months, but year or longer pop-ups and seeing if people who may have larger entities in other cities, but are interested in supporting the art scene here, would be interested in investing and coming here for a year, do a pop-up here. Whether
Like a residency type deal.
that type
And
of
it's interesting. I don't, make it a habit to go out to Tyson's, but nonetheless, sometimes you end up in real Virginia. And they have actually revitalized spaces in the mall.
Right.
Like retail spaces that you don't have a store. And now they're like, okay, well, we don't want to just keep it empty. Let's use it for something else. And it has actually worked really well, especially when they are bringing in performances for kids of like, oh, okay, now you got a captive audience because they're here. Now we're going to do lunch. Now we're going to shop while we got to walk to the parking lot, all of those different types of things. And that's one of the things that in my conversations with the folks who are working on the downtown task force is thinking about not just downtown as a destination for an hour, but a destination for the day. And do we have things that allow for continuous, like, oh, well, I'm here, might as well pop in here. Oh, I'm here. Let me see what's going on here.
So like if you have like, and I always go back to dance companies, I formerly chaired one. And when you have rehearsals 3 to 4 times a week and say they're downtown DC, for instance, or even off of Kennedy Street or where have you, what have you. And if they're rehearsing 3 to 4 times a week and you're bringing 40 people and they're plus ones, the people who pick them up or the folks, their partners who have to wait while they're dancing and while they're rehearsing, they want to wait somewhere. They want to eat somewhere. They want to be able to not go all the way back home across town and then come back downtown or wherever they may be. So these tools could help really revitalize neighborhoods. For say a dance company has a 2-year lease downtown or in a certain space and they maintain that type of rehearsal schedule, well, the businesses along that corridor naturally benefit from that, and it may see a spark in revitalizing some other things as well.
That's good to hear. All right, I'm over my time. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Parker.
It's good to see you all again.
Thank you.
I'll start with highlighting an event I went to, which was the Civil Rights at 60 event, which I thought was great. It highlighted several Ward 5 neighbors, and so kudos to that. Can you just detail the process behind an event like that?
So there are several different, well, I'll take the 2 events that happened. Right, one that happened before that, which was our Art Bank finalists. That is a grant that is competitive, and there's a panel that's put together to understand who the city will be acquiring, who they'll be showcasing. And so you see works from people within a 50-mile radius of Washington, D.C. throughout both that gallery, then also we have a digital gallery. This particular civil works was civil rights, thank you. Civil rights exhibition was done in a way where there was also another panel put together, and they understood exactly what they were looking for as far as how they wanted to present this particular exhibit. And they they self-curated along with our new curator, which is one of the people we did hire. And they put together this particular
Yeah, I thought it was
exhibit.
great.
And they reached out to people, of course, in the District of Columbia. And the difference is that we were not acquiring these particular works. And these works will go back to the artists, but we did pay these artists to participate, which is different from some other government.
Understood. I also wanted to come back to the discussion around the cap. And if you
Yes.
could put plainly the impact that it has had on organizations and your funding and work with organizations over this past year. I would note that I was part of the compromise last year in adjusting it to minimize the harm. But it seems like you're still finding that it's negatively impacting organizations that you're working with.
When we talk about the cap, I think sometimes we're getting, some people do get confused because there's several things, something that the mayor's office put on as far as the growth over the next 5 years, and there were caps to different people's budget. Those initially, it was presented, those who made, I believe, revenue of over $250,000 or below would be capped by what they could get. The compromise happened to 115,000. What we began to see is that with limiting the type of support we could give to GOS from a 50% cap, we saw exactly what was happening with the full amount they were already getting. How were they doing outreach in the community? How were they able to reach their goals and reach the narrative in which they've already told us that they wanted to do to be able to
But
carry out their
like just
duties?
more practically, because I'm mindful of the
Right,
clock.
of course.
Are there certain organizations that are not able to function?
I was going to say, yeah, we're collecting the data.
Okay.
At this point, it's somewhat anecdotal, but ward by ward, we're collecting data to
And when
say,
might we be able to expect that?
I think
We've already sent, as we've met with some of the council members, we've already sent some of those by ward.
yeah, we've done it by ward.
I think it's important to understand that although by ward, there is an impact, the impact throughout all wards because of the limitations of how they've been able to conduct their work because of these particular cuts.
And I know-
When
Yeah.
can we get back to?
Yes, we can get back to you.
Please do, please do.
before
I
close of
know
business.
part of the motivation behind the cap was a view that it's not healthy for organization to be fully dependent on district funds in order to operate. What say you about that premise?
Well, it would be different if the District of Columbia had a thriving and giving private sector to arts organizations that are smaller. For instance, large art organizations have already established diversified revenue streams. They're coming from both federal partners or coming from larger corporations. If you are, say, an organization that's 5 years old or younger, if you do not have already, $1 million board with an already brick and mortar space, the likelihood of you having the ability to do true development work and raise that money is pretty much
So it
limited.
sounds like you're making an equity argument.
Yes, yeah,
Exactly.
accessibility is.
And I would add that some of that money, if it's spent for capacity building, if it's building your IT system, if it's creating an audience development program, if it's creating a marketing program, if it's soliciting new board members, that sort of stuff that feel one time but have long-term benefits. So that is something that's really building to their additional capacity. It's not just paying a salary right now that then next year you have to pay again. So those sort of investments we focus on. We really want it to be capacity building so that it's something that's sustainable, not something that every year
Understood.
we'll have to come back to the trial.
And so if you had to make a recommendation to the council for changes, what might those recommendations include?
Well, we would ask that we would remove the 50% cap. That's a big part because what we have seen that what the chairman.
And by removing the cap, what would happen?
it would give us our opportunity to fund these organizations by what they've asked us to fund them,
Yeah.
how they've asked us to
The
fund them.
scrutiny should be around how the money is being used,
Yes.
not how much money they're getting. So if you have identified those 5 or 10 real capacity building opportunities and limit the money to that, that is better than just limiting the amount of money.
Not only that, what we have seen from the evidence is that people have used the money for capacity building specifically, for development officers, and to hire those 1099 workers that help take their goals even further.
Yeah, I will be honest, the more I've thought about this and looked into it, I have questions about the impact of this type of cap, and I will be transparent in saying I think it's a bit paternalistic. And I have been asking my staff to look at what other agencies or organizations, independent or otherwise, do we provide this level of micromanagement into their budgets? And I'll leave it there, but it is certainly something I'll be looking into this budget cycle. And so if you could provide data that could tell the narrative around how this cap is negatively impacting organizations, that would be tremendously helpful.
By close of business tomorrow, we can give you the ward by ward breakdown.
I'm looking at the chart of the top 15 funded organizations, or the 15 organizations that received the largest grants from you all. There seemed to be a decline across the board in fiscal year 24 through 23, if I'm reading this correctly. And what is the reason for that?
So when you look at, you're looking at 24, if you look, there it says, in 23, it says including the $15,000 enhancement. Is that what you're referring to?
Yes.
So we have, that enhancement usually comes later in the year, so we do not yet know if we'll be able to provide those enhancements. So if we provide, once we provide those enhancements, they may be on par with what you see from 23 and 24.
Okay.
Yes.
I see my time ticking. Let me come here. So I did my homework and I talked to someone who sat on a panel for your grant selection process. Can you detail how you select individuals to sit on those grant selection panels?
Well, we try to, it's our goal to find panelists that are familiar with the disciplines. So the panelists are making some of the most fairest decisions so that the grantee gets a the fairest process possible. We can't force people to participate. The one things that we do now as an
But do you
incentive.
cast a net out of those who previously received a grant, or are they random individuals?
We look at those who have those who have previously received grants, those who have previously been panelists. We also look at subject matter experts. This is also used as an incentive for people to get into the process as well.
Okay, so part of the feedback that I received was that this individual was tapped last minute to sit on a panel to review 15 comprehensive applications, and they did not feel as though they could do it justice, and they were calling into question the process. Like the words they used was haphazard, and disingenuous. Now that might be strong, but that's why I'm asking, how do you review and identify the individuals to sit on the panel? Is there a time frame by which they need to be identified and have opportunities to review materials?
Well, it's a large time commitment to do to panel these.
Is there a time frame that they have to review applications?
It's, I believe, 2 weeks.
It's 2 weeks.
So they should have been identified 2 weeks in advance.
Well, not panelists should have. You have 2 weeks to review the actual work.
Applications.
Before we launch the grant, we put the call out. So I think that what we have experienced is that in some cases, we do not get a large response. We, in every
so in an
commission meeting,
instance that it's not 2 weeks, that must have been, we need to fill this slot because we don't have.
Yeah,
enough
if I were to
people.
hypothesize what probably happens, and we got to the moment that we got to get going, we didn't have enough people.
Right.
And so then we scurried to try to
So if I
get
could
some more
just quick
people.
follow up, and then my time is, why not then extend the review period to ensure that that individual and others could have a substantive review of the materials? You're giving out a lot of money, and to ask someone to make us a judgment in less than 24 hours.
I don't,
Per
I would-
their,
my-
per
my
their
hope-
feedback.
My hope is this is an outlier. Perhaps it
Yes.
isn't. I hope it is.
I hope it
Yeah.
is too.
And part of the, and I hear what you're saying, that part of the challenge is as you move things out, it interferes with the schedule going forward.
Yes.
Us being able to announce the grants and get the money out to people. So I hear you. We will put emphasis on making sure we don't fall into that trap, but I'm
Okay.
hoping that is an outlier as opposed to the norm.
And
Okay.
just for clarification, I don't believe it would have interfered with the 2 week. I think the 2 week review period is static. So they should have had 2 weeks to review. So if that was not the case, it was an outlier.
They did not. They're saying, and I'm trying not to give out too many
Understand.
details so you can't identify who it is, but they had less than 24 hours to review 15 comprehensive proposals. I'm
I
over my
think that's
time.
an outlier. I'm pretty
Yeah.
sure that's an
Okay.
outlier.
Thank you.
But still, it shouldn't happen. So we appreciate the feedback and we'll
yes.
make sure that we avoid
Okay.
those situations. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Parker. There was some testimony that I'm looking at. In terms of process, we request a return to the timeline of spring notification of the intended funding amount for the GOS grant. Prior to the pandemic, this occurred in April or May, allowing us to budget for the next fiscal year. In recent years, we've not been notified until September. We fully support the implementation of, that's a different point. So this was a complaint about timing. There was some other testimony about grants coming late, which I think means maybe this year could have come out in October, but are just now getting received. Can you speak to this?
Yes, the awards are announced in October. And so as far as how we award the grants, each individual grantee, time is spent to not only pull their paperwork together, make sure they're in full compliance. So of all 1,200 plus grants that we put out, each one is handled individually. Coming into the agency, it's been my goal to upgrade the system. We still use a paper system that's very somewhat tedious. This particular year, with an increase of awardees and not enough staff to kind of match that, it took longer than what we would have desired for it to happen. As far as when the award is announced, we, over the last, I believe, 2 or 3 years, the awards have been announced at one meeting in September that the full commissioners vote on at that particular time. There may have been time beforehand when those awards were announced, maybe at different stages throughout the year. After this past year, we did discuss in our grant revamping something or the way to make these announcements where it would give grantees more time to plan if they knew that they could be anticipating or expecting award. We saw that also may positively impact the staff as they are trying to work through getting the awards processed in a timely manner. So we will have some updates on that, hopefully going forward.
That seems to be somewhat at odds with what this person testified. Maybe they got it wrong. We request a return to the timeline of spring notification of the intended funding amount of the GOS grant.
That's what I addressed. I think a few years ago, the way the awards were announced may have been staggered throughout the year. Over the last few years, the awards have been voted on at the September meeting and the announcement comes in October. After this past year, we did have a grant revamping to discuss how those grants not only were rolled out and paneled and then how we announce those awards. We will know, I guess, here within a few months if the way we make those announcements will only be held in September or if some of those announcements can come earlier. So we have discussed this internally, but I was not at the agency when the announcements were made and the award announcements were made back in April or in the spring or something of that nature.
I'd like for us to follow up with you on that.
Sure. I mean, what's going through my mind is that maybe it depends upon, I mean, this person doesn't indicate anything about phasing or rolling out at different time periods, which is what you were saying, Mr. Myers. But, you know, maybe this is dependent on the organization's fiscal year. So for organizations whose fiscal year is, let's say, July 1st, a spring notification works for them. Why would they be notified the preceding fall? And for organizations, did I get that wrong? Maybe I got that a little.
I hear where you're
mixed up.
coming from. There's been a few of the bids who want to do public art and their fiscal years are like July to July or September to September, what have you. And so that's one of the concerns that were brought to us before that led to us discussing it in our grant revamping. And so we are.
Let's
determining-
get back to him
Yes.
specifically on that. We'll get back to you on that.
Okay. In the pre-hearing questions that I sent you, one of the questions had to do with employee bonuses. Provide a list of employee bonuses. This is question number 6. And identify the employee, the amount, and the reason for the bonus or special pay. And the table that you provided gives the name, the bonus amount, and then says one-time bonus paid pursuant to the legislation. I have no idea what that is.
I believe that I think the legislation that gave us the ability to provide the bonus in the first place.
And what
but we can
legislation
get
would
back
that
to you-
be?
But we can get back to you on that.
Okay. And Councilmember Parker touched on this. There was question 35, the general operating support top 15 table.
Say that again.
Question 35, this was an attachment. Question 35 was general operating support top 15 table. So I just want to understand these tables, these columns. So FY24 has an amount. FY23, the preceding 3 years have an amount and then says including, well, for FY23, it says including $15,000 enhancement. The other 2 years, it just says including enhancement. This table reflects for each of these organizations, the total general operating support. Let's be clear about that. That's correct?
Yes.
Okay. And then what is the $15,000 enhancement?
The
for FY23?
$15,000 enhancements, we realized that we did have later in the year some money that we could offer for enhancements for all of the art organizations. And so it was a flat rate of $15,000. So we gave it across the board.
And so every one of these organizations got a $15,000 enhancement.
Yes.
So if I took 15,000 from 213, that's the top one.
Yes.
That's what the initial award was, and then the 15,000 brings it up to
Yes.
213. Now, for FY22 and 21, it doesn't say 15,000. Was there an enhancement in each of those years?
Yes, I'm not positive if these were
There were enhancements, but the amounts weren't necessarily a flat
15,000.
rate. It differed.
But there were enhancements.
There were
in each of
enhancements.
those. I think I had one other table I had a question about. Give me a second. Actually, let me turn to colleagues, see if they have any other questions. Councilmember Henderson?
Thank you. Director Myers, you mentioned in your testimony that the expansion of the grant process, or that you all were able to grant more to organizations who had actually never received funding from the commission before. Do you have a breakout of that? So of the 34 million that you all granted, how many of them went to new awardees in FY23?
Yes, we can get that to you.
Okay. It would also be very interesting to sort of see the demographics in terms of the award breakdown of where those organizations are.
I'll just add, when we approve it at the commission level, they give us a chart for each category of what money was new, what money was grantees, prior grantees, and which wards it went to. So we have that data. We can get that to you very easily.
Okay, great.
And you'll provide it to the committee as well.
Yes, yes, yes.
Great. As a sort of a follow-up to the line of questioning you were having with Councilmember Parker around the grant process in general, on average, after the board has already voted to approve the recommendations from the panels, how long does it take for the funding to get out?
So the way, I think it's as a bit of a nuanced question, simply because since we have been given the dedicated tax, that has not matched, the dedicated tax was given, then the pandemic happened. So then that changed the way announcements were done because it was done around an emergency type of level. Now we have returned to somewhat of normalcy. And so we have an increased amount of grantees with a less amount of staff, a different amount of staff. So in years past, people may have remembered that they may have gotten their awards by December. But they were getting awards without this amount of grantees being awarded. So if we were look at where we are on par with the just simple amount of grants that we've gotten through our agency, we're on par with where we are last year. However, we have an additional 200 grantees that are being awarded than they were last year. So our goal is to digitize our system and be able to have grants that are out before the new year. But we are not sure what that looks like quite yet.
All right, so let's talk about digitizing the system.
Yes.
What's the plans for the RFP for a new or does it require, when you say we're digitizing our system, does that require a new system?
It would require a new system. What we've done, we've looked at the current system we use now. It's called Jungle Lasers. We've looked at the current system that we're using, and we've had meetings with them to see, based upon the needs of both the grant managers and how they operate the system, and feedback we've gotten from our grantees as far as the user experience, and looking at also how we cooperate with our sister agencies who are also in that process. We've sent them a list of questions, and we've also identified other grant systems that are used by state art agencies across the country to see what systems are being best used by them, and seeing in that process what could we possibly adopt here in our particular agency.
Okay. So you're hopeful to work with the same vendor and just make some modifications.
Well, we're hoping to work with a vendor that better suits the needs of the agency. It may be the same vendor, it may be another vendor, so we're not positive quite yet.
Okay, so what are the plans is it a plan to make this change this fiscal year? So you're ready for October, or is this a 2025, 2026 project?
This would be a 2025 project when it would be probably fully implemented. What we've looked to do is to see what could we pilot and what could we do without disrupting the experience of the grantees and the users out in the community in the best way. So we wanted to see what can we do to see what works best for our agency, what would be a good user experience for our grantees, and we wouldn't do that with the entire disrupting the entire Apple
Well,
Core.
we experienced the
Apple
whole
Card.
diffs issue.
Yeah.
And it was launched before it was tested well.
Right.
And we don't want to do that again. So
Right.
there will be a trial period, a test period. But I'll say one of the automations we're thinking of, we will do, I'm pretty sure. Right now, all of our documents have to be signed by a person manually.
Okay.
As opposed to a DocuSign process.
Eh.
I mean, it's a simple thing, but it makes up so much time in the process we do. So those are the sort of things that we want to do in a comprehensive way.
Okay. I would love to check in on how that's going later this
Absolutely.
fall in terms of whether or not some of these changes are helping to expedite. Obviously, having more bodies, having more bodies that are working, I gotta clarify, because sometimes you can have a body and they're just there,
Right.
would certainly help in terms of this process, and we can work through that with the chairman in terms of, I guess, relaxing the restrictions. Although I'll admit, in the documents that I've seen, I haven't seen what you all have seen in terms of restrictions saying you can only have X number of managers, but we can sort of work through that. I want to go back to sort of this conversation around economic development, and not just in downtown, but sort of the revitalization, how arts has been a spark in terms of what's happening across the board. I had the opportunity to go to DC Jazz Fest this past year, and I have never seen so many people standing in the heat, excited to hear a jazz soloist in that heat. And are you all working with other organizations to try to sponsor similarly large scale festival type deals? I know obviously Chair Lee, you have a particular interest in bringing in an Art Basel type of event. Some people aren't necessarily into the studio mixed arts type of art, but music festivals are things that
Yeah. Before our executive director responds, our vision for this Art Basel type thing is several genres. It's visual arts, it's performing arts, it's culinary arts, it's fashion. So we
Oh,
want to pick up,
okay.
it is not just, and so it is better than Art Basel because it's not just the visual arts. That's
Okay.
the plan.
Okay.
So,
What we were looking to do, the commission before the pandemic did a type of festival at the Lincoln Theater that showcased music. And so we're looking to this year do a hip hop type of culture.
Oh, for the 50th anniversary.
Right, doing outreach to that community because we feel that more outreach in that community we could see more interaction and work with members of the community and our commission as well. So that is one of the things. But we've supported, I think, HR Records. They did their festival, which is jazz, and that's in Ward 4.
Okay.
And we are, again, a supporter in DC Jazz Festival itself. So we are looking to do other festivals and looking at how we can support other fashion shows as
Right.
well, you know.
in fairness, historically, we have funded in some form or fashion. We want to move to really partnering with them in a
Right.
more substantive way.
Okay.
That's our plan.
That sounds good. To what extent, well, let me back up. So the fact that you guys were able to grant to more than 200 organizations or 200 more additional grantees, I have to imagine that's in part due to word getting out that one, the commission is available and funding exists. What did you do differently this past year than you did in previous years around, I don't know, call for applications or marketing around the commission?
I can start. There are two things we did. We hired more events and communications people.
Okay.
So that people knew we were out there. And we went out into the community. We physically went out in the community. But also, I think in fairness, and I'm not saying this because I've just been chair for 2 years, but the historical reputation of this agency by some was that don't waste your time, it's not going to happen. And so there are people that just gave up on applying. And there's a different narrative now, and people are now wanting to come to us. So some of it is us going to them, some of it is dispelling the mythology about our wanting to be helpful to those organizations.
Also, to those who came and did apply, the way we conducted our panels, we tried to be more equitable. So say that this is, in years past, you may have a first-year grantee, someone who is just applying, a first-year applicant against a 15-year applicant. And so, of course, the 15-year applicant has more nuance and knows exactly what's needed. But this year, we saw more first-year applicants paneled against one another, which made it more stronger and competitive from that standpoint.
So even just that, those types of adjustments throughout the process can help. And no one is saying that that's an unfair advantage, but it does make sense to me that a first year versus someone who's it's like putting a freshman versus a senior.
Right.
If I could credit our grant managers, a lot of these suggestions came from them.
That's
The
great.
stuff they kind of wanted to do always, but didn't feel as though they could even suggest things like that. So it's not any earth-shattering sort of findings, it's things that make common sense, but you wouldn't have known if the people doing the work didn't suggest it.
Right. All right. I'm out of time. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Parker.
I wanted to come to grants. For all of the recipients of fiscal year 24 grants, have they received funding for the money?
Not all of them have received money.
Can you give me a breakdown of how many?
We can get that, I can get that to your office and to the whole committee, yes.
Okay, do you have a sense? Is it the majority, half, less than half?
A majority have, I would say that it's a bit nuanced because we know that I believe 965 have completed everything out of our agency, which leaves maybe 130, 200 more that would need to still leave our agency. And of that number, I believe 600 may have received their purchase orders, but after it leaves our agency, there's a bit of ownership that the grantee themselves have to take on, meaning they need to sign up with DIFs. Again, there's only 4 DIFs managers that are able to offer assistance.
Right.
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 Right. Right,
That is helpful.
right.
And yeah, if you could follow up just with how many individuals are still pending payment,
Yes.
that would be great. And it's worth asking, are there any individuals or recipients from fiscal year 23 that are still outstanding?
We can get that information
Okay.
for you as well. And sometimes the pending payment may be due to things like clean hands. So what this agency does that's more in-depth than what other agencies do when it comes to grants, we walk our grantees really through it. So before, like, say that you apply to us for a grant, we help you, we make sure that you have your clean hands and the clean hands is up to date. Make sure you have your insurance, make sure you have your business license, all those things that traditionally you may have to pull on your own
Understood.
and then navigate the system. We do it for you.
Understood. There has been discussion before about board members receiving grants. Is that the case?
So our grant, when our grants go before any, before any committee or before the general body, they're asked to, commissioners are asked to recuse themselves. So we do ask for letters of conflict. So you know
Are
where the
current
conflict is.
commissioners receiving grants?
Yes, some of their organizations may receive grants.
And can you give a breakdown of which
We can give the-
commissioners and organizations?
Yes, we can.
How many commissioners are there?
Currently, we have
10
10.
now.
Yeah.
And how many commissioners are linked with organizations receiving
I think
grants?
2, maybe 3.
Maybe 3.
But in
Yeah.
the selection process, they recuse themselves,
Yes.
is what
I mean,
you're
if I
saying.
it's
wanted to take
blind.
back, when we do the panels, we try to have a commissioner to sort of moderate the panel, but they don't vote or anything like that. When an organization they're associated with comes for discussion, they go off the video
I get
and they
that.
only come back in. So, and then the voting of
And I'm a
that,
bit torn here, right? Because art is art, and because of my service may not necessarily mean my organization shouldn't benefit.
Right.
At the same time, it does seem inappropriate that a commissioner would sit on a board, and even if they're not in the room when the vote happens, there's influence, there's association, there's reputation that could influence other commissioners. So it would be helpful for me to just get a better sense of the extent to which commissioners are benefiting from grants.
Absolutely. And also know that, like, before, there's a blind element. So,
I was going to step
go
to
ahead,
the,
yeah.
if I, so it starts at the panels. And in the panels, though we may sit in the room, we're not a part of the discussion. We're just making sure they do things, no untoward things. And when our particular organization is discussed, we get off the discussion. We don't hear it at all. Then once it goes to the grant committee members get to vote on what's happened there. But those people are not associated with any of those organizations. For the blocks that we're talking about, if your organization, then you can't participate at all. When it comes to the full commission, it's blind.
You don't know.
So we don't know who it is. And we've had some commissioners who just always recuse themselves because they don't know if their organizations and they're not. So to be safe, they say,
Understood.
Right.
The
Understood.
challenge though is it's hard to find someone who is really dedicated to be a volunteer as a commissioner who's not associated with the arts. So it's going to be difficult for us if we decided that we only want people that are not associated with the organizations. I resigned from all of my boards when I took this chairmanship.
So why not force all commissioners to do that?
I resigned.
Why not force commissioners to do that?
I'm not sure if, I think
Well,
across.
let me start with, we don't.
Or
put
how
the-
about this
We don't
as a-
put the commissioners on.
How about this?
The mayor and you all do. right?
Fair enough. How about this as a compromise? We remove the cap with the expectation that no commissioners serve on organizations that receive grants. I'll let you think about it.
Yeah, no,
I want to keep
But
going.
once again, the mayor makes the appointment and you all approve. So we get people. We have no input into that.
Yeah, and maybe
But
the,
actually, we
maybe the
can offer
expectation is that the council should not approve individuals that have business before the commission. And I will tell you honestly, I'm not even up to speed on which or how many commissioners are receiving grants. This isn't a personal thing for me. I will say it does strike me as odd. And I would imagine it probably strikes you as odd, which is why you recused or stepped down from.
I didn't want the drama, so
Right.
I
I
just.
understand. I understand.
I left a number of organizations very unhappy, but that's what I
I
did.
understand. Let me keep going because my time is ticking. I'm gonna shift gears. You all are providing a subset of grants for go-go artists. I think this is great. Both because of the equity of it, but also the recognition that go-go is the art form of DC. So in the pre-hearing responses, though, it seemed just we are giving numbers that there were 13 applicants and 10 awardees, but I don't have any
Which
information.
question?
I'm sorry, this is page 30 of 76. This is question 44. You're giving a breakdown of how many applicants and awardees are linked to this very specific grant, which I imagine is for just go-go artists. Can you provide more information about who those 10 individuals or groups are? I would
Yes.
like to know. Judge.
That's fine.
Yeah.
Yes, you can. And also know that we're working to, there's been a call in the community for a type of go-go touring grant. What we've seen that when go-go acts travel throughout domestically.
Yep.
They travel as a big band in essence, and so. the
And that's
cost-
actually what I'm interested in. When
Yeah.
I was trying to find more information to see, are these individuals, are these groups, how much money?
Right.
And again, I support it, and I think this is important that we provide this money for go-go. I just would like more information about
Yeah, we
the
can get you
the
that
grants
information.
themselves. Okay. You talked a little bit about the challenges with diffs, and what I think I heard you say is that you're expecting everything to be fixed by 2025. Is that right?
No, those are two different. So with diffs, we are subject to whatever the OCFO's office does with diffs. We're looking internally at how we improve our systems. And what we didn't want to do was to launch upon our grantees a beta system, similar to what we saw happen to us with diffs. So what we're looking to do is some type of a control group and to make sure both user experience, grantee experience, and agency experience would work with whatever system we saw that would be improved. And then once we have tested that, we're cool with that, then we would then implement it with our grantees. But
Okay.
there's no, I don't want to cause any alarm, there's no current upheaval or change that will be happening until we know that we have an improved system to provide.
And then two final questions. VTech Solutions, you hired them for staffing support.
Yes.
What type of staffing support?
They helped us a great deal with, since we were short of grant managers, they helped us with the supporting that particular, our grant staff. So we have now I believe 4 current VTech contractors that support our grants team completely. And it helped a great deal. We had some grant managers that had to go on paternity leave, for instance. They were able to step in and take
Got
on
you.
that load and so on and so forth.
And so because of your view of not being able to hire more grant managers, I'm assuming you lean more
Yes.
into them. And that is something we can look into.
But it's not a perfect solution.
No.
The contractors can't do the work
Right.
like someone who is there and understands it. It's better than nothing, but
Yes.
it was not perfect.
Okay, I'm gonna end here and I wasn't gonna, so not to put you on the spot, Aaron, do you receive any grants from the commission?
No.
Would you be eligible to receive any grants?
Would I be eligible? I would be eligible if I wanted to receive an artist grant, possibly if I wanted to apply, I could apply for one.
Okay, so my recommendation, and I share this respectfully, is that I think there's some ambiguity there between the executive director, the commissioners, and just what the grant process looks like and means. Again, I'm torn. I do get that this is a very specific community and funding is hard to come by for all the reasons you mentioned, especially for Black and Brown artists.
Right.
At the same time, it does, again, I'm going to use the word odd, strike me as odd that commission officials are in the same pool as a go-go band or artists, and that just seems a bit unfair.
I will say this, I have not applied, nor would I. be
No,
applying
I
for
know.
grants. Just for the
But
public.
I just
who's
wanted,
watching.
and thank you for that clarification. I wanted to just get a better sense of where the boundary is drawn.
Right.
And it doesn't seem like there is any boundary, which is again, my recommendation. I think you all should draw boundaries both for the executive director, but also for commissioners. And what are the rules of engagement there? But I want to end on a positive note. Thank you all for your testimony. I am a huge believer in the arts and you all's work in this space. As I started out, I really enjoyed the Civil Rights at 60 event. I've enjoyed many other events, and anything I can do to support this community and thriving, as well as the commission, I'm happy to do that.
Thank you, thank you. And come tomorrow. You all should have invites. If you're
And I'll be
closing out.
looking out for that information.
Yes.
So you can share it with the committee as well as with me.
We should have it in.
That is information about the top funders. That's information about the impact of the cap on organizations citywide. That's information about the commissioners and which commissioners are connected to organizations that are receiving grants, the size of those grants, and then information about the go-go bands and the size of those grants.
Thank you.
And you'll provide copies
The
to
entire committee.
the committee.
Yes.
To go back to the recusal issue, do you, where there's a grant request that involves a commissioner, do you pull that grant request out of the package, so to speak? Because my understanding is you vote on grants as a package
At which stage?
before the commission.
So the final vote?
Correct.
So by the time it gets to the final vote, that's the recommendation that's come from the grants committee. So you're,
Well, it's
you're-
blind. It's
yeah,
just, it's just
blind, yeah.
numbers. There are no,
You-
no, but some of the commissioners, because they're concerned,
So-
have recused themselves. They say, they don't even know if they're in there or not. So just in case they recuse themselves.
I'm
So-
not clear. So in
So it's
the
entire
council,
package,
what
yeah.
we do, for example, is we have a consent agenda. We may vote on 50 legislative measures in one vote. If Councilmember Parker has a conflict of interest with one of the measures, he pulls it off the consent agenda. So it's voted on separately, and then he recuses himself. It doesn't sound like that's the practice you have.
It's because the commissioners in the meeting don't know who's in the block of people being considered. They
Well,
don't
but
know.
they do know they're an applicant.
Sometimes they don't.
They don't know if they're an applicant.
No.
Well, if they don't know they're an applicant, then they probably don't have a conflict of
Oh,
interest.
yeah, right, because their development person did it, their grants writer did it, they just don't know. But some of those people in that case, just in case, recuse themselves.
What we have found is that you don't know who you know until at the end of, once something goes, but there are people who have recused themselves from certain votes because they just realized that maybe someone they hired a year ago for something else now is a part, they know someone who's a part of that. So
But
these-
what I'm
these-
hearing is the process should be clearer than that.
Yes.
And
yes.
it's easy for me to say because I did it myself, right? So I think if the mayor's office and the city council required for candidates coming onto the commission to remove themselves from organizations to be considered, that's up to you all. We take whatever commissioners you give us. Now, I can control with the executive director, but we take whatever commissioners you give us.
All right, but that wasn't my line of questioning. It was what is actually presented to the commission, or how it is presented.
No names of the organizations, just numbers. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That's it. In the panel, people know, but that's where we recuse ourselves in the panel. And in the grants committee, it's known, but we don't have grants committee people that are part of those organizations. So that we've tried to make it as clean as possible, but by the time it gets to the full commission,
Well, I'll
we don't know.
repeat how we do it, which is like I used the example of the consent agenda. For one thing, we don't just have numbers like Bill 25-1, 25-2. We actually say what it is. And if Councilmember Parker, not to pick on him a second time in this example, but if he knows that he might have a conflict of interest, well, I'll put it differently. If he knows that there is a conflict of interest, he asks that it be removed and he recuses himself. So it's voted on separately. And it's voted on separately with him knowingly and intentionally and discreetly in the sense that it's only that one issue is recusing himself.
I mean, what we certainly could do is we could alert the commissioners of the organizations that are in the queue. Not how much money, but just those names. Then I can say, oh, these two, and then we could recuse that way. We could do that process. That's not been the historical process in the commission, but I hear a concern and I had that personal concern and that's why I resigned from those organizations.
One other question. Can we, the FY '24 grants charts that you provided in the pre-hearing answers, could you provide that in Excel format?
Okay.
That's going to conclude this hearing. Thank you all. We'll see you, I put away my schedule.
Thank you. Thank you
We'll
very
see you
much.
on March 29th.
Thank
The
you.
time is 1:23 and this hearing is adjourned.
Thank you.